right, folks, we will call our meeting to order here. Thank you for coming out tonight. Development Review Commission, August 26, 2019. We have with us from our city staff, Ms. Joanna Berry. We have Ryan. Is that right? Ryan Heil. Heil. Okay, I'm getting to know you as well. Thank you, Ryan. We have Ms. Aparna Dasgupta. In our audience, we have Blake Shinke. We have Diana Kaminsky, Karen Stovall. Obinia. We have Dalton Guerra. Robbie, sorry.
Chad and Ryan.
Chad and Ryan are out here as well. And
Mbika.
We have Mbika Adhikari. See who's next. Else, wrong name I can pull out of the air.
Donna Kennedy and Maria from Economic Development.
Okay. So if I missed anyone, I apologize. I'll try to use the wrong name for you at another meeting. Okay. So also on our commission tonight, we have Commissioner Don Pisano. We have...
We're in the Don Pisano.
Boy, yeah. I'm in rare form tonight. Let's try it again. Take two this time with more feeling. We have Commissioner Andrew Johnson. We have Commissioner Barbara Lloyd. We have Commissioner Scott Sumners. I am Chairman David Lyon. To my right is Vice Chair Mike DiDomenico. We have Commissioner Michelle Schwartz and Commissioner Tom Brown. Okay, still making it. Folks, here's our opening statement. The Development Review Commission is created to hold public meetings and hearings to provide analysis and recommendations to the City Council regarding general land use policies and applications where the Commission has recommendatory power, and to render final decisions on specified applications where the Commission has final decision-making power, including but not limited to all aspects of a proposed and future development. The Development Review Commission recognizes that the creation of a desirable environment throughout the city for residents, business, and industry is a prime requisite for the interdependence of land values, aesthetics, and good site planning by promoting harmonious, safe, attractive, and compatible development that is therefore considered to be in the best interest of public health, safety, and general welfare. Any person aggrieved by a final decision of the Development Review Commission may file an appeal to the City Council within 14 calendar days after the Development Review Commission has rendered its decision. All right, so a lot of folks here. I think you all know that there are some exciting and interesting topics tonight. We're going to make it possible for you to speak your opinions. If there's a case that you would like to speak on tonight and you have not yet, please find one of these white cards. They tend to live here on this desk. If you fill that out and get it to Ryan or one of our other members of city staff, they can get it to me. Helps us keep track of who wants to speak and who did speak. I'll give you a couple of notes on how we'd like to do that comment. There are a lot of folks here tonight. So we'd like to provide 3 minutes for each person who wants to make a comment from our public. And when we get to 3 minutes, I'll start to say, please wrap it up, and I'll be as polite as I can about it. We've got, really quickly, I want to sort this out. I have a card here from Linda Knutson, but I don't know which case. Are you here, Linda? Which case do you wish to speak on? Farmer Goodwin, okay. All right, so I'm getting that sorted. Let me tell you about the agenda tonight. We're going to do our review of former meeting minutes, then we're going to do our consent agenda. We have 3 cases on consent, which we can pull any of if there's someone here from the public that wishes to have the case heard properly. Otherwise, we intend to approve them without further discussion. These 3 cases are, I have it short here, Tempe Auto Plaza, we have George Drive Bungalows, and we have Weiss Residence. Is there anyone here that wishes to have any of those cases heard? Which case do you wish to have heard, ma'am? Bungalows. Okay, 1 is sufficient to get it heard, and what else do we have? Okay. So we will pull those from consent agenda. So our consent agenda, as of right now, is the Weiss Residence. Does anyone want to pull that? Oh, okay, we'll have 1 on a consent agenda then. All right. After we've taken care of the consent agenda, we will hear, in the same order as listed, Farmer Goodwin Townhomes, Tempe Auto Plaza, Tempe Metro, George Drive Bungalows, Hilo Tempe, 999 Playa, and then we'll get into Broadway Industrial Hub and Urban Core Master. I'm sorry, did I skip First and Farmer? Oh, sorry. So mine says Farmer Goodwin Townhomes. Where?
First and Farmer is
Number 8.
Number 8.
Oh, that's where I missed it. I'm sorry. Okay. Why did I miss it? Okay, sorry. After Weiss Residence, which is on consent, so back up. After George Drive Bungalows, we have First and Farmer. Thanks for catching that. Then Hilo Tempe, then 999 Playa, then Broadway Industrial, and then Urban Core Master Plan. So it is a full agenda, folks. And we've got some more cards. All right, so having reviewed the meeting minutes from our July 9th meeting, we did not find any corrections. Can I hear a motion regarding the approval of said minutes, please?
So moved.
Second. Okay, so I take that as a motion to approve those meeting minutes put forth by Vice Chair Mike D'Amico and seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor by show of hands, please. And one in abstention? Okay, so motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Lloyd in abstention. Next is our consent agenda, which consists of the Weiss residence. Can I hear a motion regarding that consent agenda, please?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, do I hear a second, please?
Second.
Okay, motion to approve from Commissioner Scott Sumners, and motion seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So, having taken care of that, let's go ahead and move on to our first item on the agenda, Farmer Goodwin Townhomes. Is that who we have sitting with us at the desk now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, super. Well, welcome. Go ahead and tell us about your project.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Vogel, and I'm the architect for the project. And I'm sitting between Mr. Kim, representing the developer. They, as a family, are okay. Is this a microphone?
It is a microphone.
The Kim family, they are investing their family savings into this project, and they're represented here with me. I want to thank the Commission for giving us the opportunity to present tonight. I would also like to thank the staff for their assistance and infinite patience in dealing with us through this project. This is a PAD, and the project was an existing approved PAD, and we're proposing minor changes to it. It was permitted, but it was never constructed as it had been approved, I believe, 10 years ago. The project is 10 townhomes, and again, it's generally in compliance with the originally approved PAD. The intent of the family is to invest their money in their neighborhood. They are residents of the neighborhood. They have 2 houses that are owner-occupied, and they want to invest their savings in their neighborhood. And this is how they are going about doing it. We're using the existing recorded plat and existing footprint from the previous approved PAD. The design is intended to minimize the impact to the Farmer Goodwin house by using modern forms that do not attempt to replicate the past. That was input that we got from the Historic Preservation Commission, which we have actually achieved their approval twice. The project will provide shade and encourage pedestrian access. The intent is to create family-friendly homes and encourage owner occupancy. And we will provide handicap accessible ground level entry with structural backing on stairwells to support handicap chairlift if necessary. We did what we could, working with what was already a prior approved project. And we took the original design, and the developer has experience in building homes and is a high efficiency builder. So their intent is to build very highly efficient homes with exemplary HERS ratings and very energy efficient, which it dictated some of the changes that we made to the building. Let's see. The materials that are being used are very high quality. We're using ICF structure, which is a highly insulated concrete forms, and we're using items such as Pella windows and doors. So we're not. The intent is not to make a home that's going to be falling apart. The intent is to build homes that are going to last and serve their owners very well in the future. We have done what we can to articulate the forms of the building by using some pop-outs and some color differentiation. We've added some canopies over windows, and but again, it's these are very small footprints that we're dealing with, and there's not a lot of space to change the shape too much without losing valuable area for the actual building. We moved the vehicular circulation to the interior of the site to encourage pedestrian activity along the sidewalks and along the perimeter, and to try to make better neighbors in the neighborhood. Another reason why we were trying to avoid some of the minimize. We have very simple forms also to eliminate hiding places, create a defensible space for security for the owners and for the neighbors. We struggled a little bit with the landscaping because along the perimeter of our site is SRP lines, and so we're restricted on what we can plant anywhere near there. So in working with the staff, we are putting planter boxes to plant trees in, since we can't put them in the ground near the SRP lines. So this represents the area where the project is. And so we're at Farmer Avenue and 9th Street. And so we're just one street in from University. And we have Wilson on the other side. And we're right next to the Farmer Goodwin house. This zooms in a little bit, showing the area of the site and the vicinity. These are the homes indicated on the aerial photograph. So there are 10 townhomes. There's 2 buildings with 5 townhomes each, and the plat is an existing plat, and we're not making any changes to the plat. We're not requesting any changes to setbacks or building height or density. So we're just trying to fit within the prior approved PAD. The yellow area, as shown here, is designated as a historic site. So part of our project actually falls within that, and we worked with the Historic Preservation Commission, and they gave us their approval twice. The first one had expired, and so we went through again, and we were working with them on the design, and that's part of how we came about with our design of the simple forms. And along Farmer Avenue, we have added some porches where we're able to, where we have space because those lots are a little bit bigger than the others. So we could add porches and balconies to complement the Farmer Goodwin property. This is a picture of the Farmer Goodwin house for anyone who might not be familiar with it. Now this property, this house, not my current clients, but the previous owners of the property worked with the city of Tempe to both save this structure as well as develop this townhomes project initially. This is a rendering of the site plan. It's an artistic rendition, but it shows how the center area is where we're bringing the automobile traffic. Bringing vehicular traffic through the center to keep the traffic and the vehicles off of the street and to create pedestrian-friendly sidewalks around the perimeter. All of the units will have access along the fronts of each home and on the garage side as well. They'll have access to sidewalks and to be able to get to the sidewalk and get to university where there's a lot of public transportation opportunities. This is a perspective view looking at the project from Farmer Avenue. And obviously historic preservation had a lot of input on the perimeter elevations and especially this elevation. This is the 9th Street elevation, seeing the other side of the building. 9th Street elevation. This is the courtyard elevation where the vehicular traffic is and the rear entrances for the individual homes. And again, this is a Farmer Avenue elevation. These are the floor plans. The first floor consists of garage and a living space that could be an office or a gymnasium. It's not an enclosed space, and it has direct access to the stairs that go up to the second floor. On the second floor is the living area with the kitchen and the living room and an office off of that, and then the stairs that go up to the third floor, which has the 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. And then the stairs go further up to the roof decks. We are developing the roofs to be roof decks that can be used for outdoor activities for the residents. The site is a very tight site, and it was originally developed that way with very little common area. And most of the common area is taken up with the vehicular circulation. So the developer is willing to pay for additional structure that would be needed to be able to have people up on the roof decks, to develop that to be waterproof so people can walk up there and not cause leaks on the roof, and put plants up there and have activities up on their roof decks. These are just some pictures of the neighborhood, the context of the neighborhood. There are individual homes, there's some multifamily homes, and then this is a more recent structure that was built in the area. And these are just some different views of the Farmer Goodwin house. In general, I want to reiterate, I want to reinforce that we're not asking for any changes to the existing setbacks. We're not asking to increase the height of the building, increase the density. We're not asking for any rezoning. We're just trying to develop a 10 townhome project, similar to what was already approved, but to make it a very high efficiency project with high quality materials and family friendly, and something that would be a real value to somebody who would purchase the home and live in the home and have the ability to age in place and to live there a long time. Is there anything else to that? I think that's a general description.
Thank you. So, Commission, any questions for our applicant at this time? Guess we're all silent at this time. All right. So, let's see. Who's our city staff for this project? Karen.
Can I just add a couple more? I apologize.
Fair.
I want to say that we have been working with the staff. They've been diligent and patient with us and offering their input. And we did have a voluntary neighborhood meeting to get input as well and to let people know what we're doing. And because we're trying to do something for the neighborhood, for the family that's developing it, and we're not trying to surprise anybody. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. So, I guess I've decided that I'd like to weigh in and ask a question or two, rather than wait for later. I feel very challenged by this project. Listening to some of the language that you used to describe it, I think, is instructive. You said something to the effect of it was difficult to push or pull to create architectural features because we give up valuable space by doing that. Something to that effect. And I'm not surprised that you feel that way, because when I look at the site plan, I feel very much that way. Planting really only occurs on the east and west sides. There's a little strip of tiny growies on the south side. The pedestrian, both pedestrian and vehicular circulation down the center seems kind of bereft of details. I see is that maybe stamped concrete or specialty paver or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I just feel like it doesn't work, and the site plan is trying to tell you that this doesn't work. The fact that you can't do anything to this box that makes it interesting and still have it fit should tell you that you're designing a box and then trying to decorate it. And I personally have a hard time with this 3-story box showing up with a couple of details seemingly tacked on. And I just don't think it does anything for the site, and I don't think it works well. I don't think this is a good fit. So would you care to respond to my obnoxious remarks?
No, it's well taken. The prior project did have some articulation in the exterior walls.
Actually, can I stop you for a sec? Just for my money, I don't care what the last PAD was. I think it was a mistake.
Okay, all right. So, but the point being is that it created some very awkward spaces both inside and outside, and it did not allow for any planting. SRP won't allow for any trees to be planted within 20 feet of the lines, or whatever the canopy of the tree is. So,
Question about that. I did a little bit of research, and it appeared that was actually a private line and not SRP's line. And I don't know if you had conversations with SRP, but on the drawings that I saw, that was shown as a private irrigation line.
We were going under that impression as well, but the staff suggested or recommended that we contact SRP, and they did claim those lines and say that I guess it's the size of the canopy of the tree is the distance we would have to stay away from the line. So the lines are set in a couple of feet from the sidewalk, and so to plant a small tree with a 5-foot canopy means that the tree would have to be 5 feet away from that, and there's just no room for that on the site. So
I would make a recommendation to approach SRP one more time and verify, because if that's a private line, I think there's different rules associated with it. I mean, the owners of that line would obviously have an interest in that line, but I don't know that if it was an SRP line, certainly those rules do apply, but I think a private line would maybe be a little different.
I would think that if power line's the issue, then we should want to get into looking at underground. Oh, sorry, water. Sorry, I'm doing two other things while I'm listening. Apologies. Okay. Commissioner Summers.
I have the question, trying to understand and picture this in my mind, the development in place. And I walked the site actually yesterday, and I'm just trying to picture another project where there's a 2-foot setback and then a 36-foot high building that does not have any articulation. It just goes straight down 150 feet, 36 feet straight up. There's some articulation at the very top, but where else can I think about that I've seen that is okay? We couldn't come up with any examples, and if there's one that you have now or later, that'd be great for us to hear.
not in the direct vicinity, but I think just on the other side of University, there's a number of buildings much higher than 36 feet that are essentially built right up to the sidewalk. This project is kind of in between. This project was sold and purchased as a 10-unit project. It was previously approved, and so it's the property is not economically feasible as a single-family residence. As a small multifamily project, it serves as a transition between the neighborhood and the commercial and the multifamily housing to the north. So it's not a 12-story building and that's right on the sidewalk, and neither is it a single-family residence with a 20-foot setback and a couple steps up to the porch. It's a transition project between those issues.
Okay. Other questions, comments? All right, gentlemen, well, thank you. We'll give you a chance to come back up after we've done public comment. And if you'll yield the microphone, please. Ms. Stovall, can you tell us more about this case? We'll have you back.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Karen Stovall, Senior Planner. I would like to briefly go through my presentation just to give a little bit of context to the project. So this property is located at the northwest corner of Farmer and Knight Street and is zoned R3 PAD. The majority of the site, as the applicant stated, has a historic property overlay, which is intended to protect the Farmer Goodwin House office building, which is directly to the north. The site is also surrounded by single-family to the west and multifamily to the south and east across both streets. The site is entitled with an existing planned area development for 10 townhomes that was approved in 2005. and a subdivision plat for those townhomes was approved in 2006. The applicant is requesting approval of a development plan review for the site plan, the building elevations, and the landscape plan. The project's density, setbacks, lot coverage, building height, landscape area, and number of parking spaces comply with the existing PUD from 2005. The townhomes are organized into two buildings containing 5 units each. Access, as previously discussed, is provided by a driveway on each street frontage, which leads to 2-car garages within each unit and then 2 guest spaces in the northwest corner of the site. Due to the irrigation, water, and stormwater lines along both street frontages, the required trees will need to be planted in above-grade planter boxes instead of in the ground. So, as previously discussed, and there is also a photo of a GIS map and a staff report, there are both private and SRP irrigation lines. On 9th Street, it's an SRP irrigation line and a water line. And on Farmer, it's a private irrigation line, an SRP irrigation line, and a sewer line. And so even if the private irrigation line was not on 9th Street, the water line prevents trees from being planted there. I also spoke with someone in the water utilities department, and he stated that the private irrigation line, the city serves properties downstream of that line, so we would have to treat that as if it was an SRP line or water line. So regardless of whether it's SRP or private, they still cannot plant trees in the vicinity because it might prohibit water from traveling to private properties downline. So the applicant has proposed above grade boxes that are 3 feet by 4 feet, and staff is recommending larger boxes to allow adequate room for both insulation and root growth. We are also recommending a tree species other than date palm, Phoenix date palm along 9th Street, and some other conditions regarding the landscaping in order to increase the vegetative density and the variety of plants on the site. The proposed 3-story building will be 36 feet high to the top of parapet. The buildings are finished with a gray stucco and vertical pop-outs of 3 different colors. There are 2-foot deep canopies over the front and rear unit entrances. Our recommendation includes multiple conditions in order to approve the appearance of the townhomes. The conditions relate to the addition of windows and divided window lights, different style canopies at the first floor entrances, and an additional building material. Staff is recommending approval of the DPR subject to the 29 conditions and the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Karen. Commission questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Stovall. All right, folks. Let's move on to our public comment section. Again, if you'd like to speak on this case or any case tonight, find a white card on the side, fill it out, give it to a member of city staff, and we can accommodate you. Again, we're going to give you 3 minutes, and I will politely try and indicate, hey, wrap it up. This is one of the things that's important to us. We have to respect each other's time. Please don't talk over each other. You'll have your own opportunity. And please, again, stick to that 3 minutes as well as you can. Brevity works. So I have a card for Linda Knudsen. Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Linda Knudsen. I'd like to thank all of you for listening and hopefully understanding my concerns about the Farmington Town Home project. I live in the Wilson Art and Garden neighborhood where the project is located. My home is 2 blocks south of it and 1 block west. Although I don't agree and didn't in 2005 either with the pad that was accepted at that time, I do understand that the height and setbacks were permitted and can't be amended. With that said, I would like to discuss some concerns that are within your scope to request modification from the developer. I was told I could have a slide put up here if I possibly could, and that would be attachment 22. Is that possible? Okay. So attachment 22.
Can
Can they pass it down? Could you pass that down? Yeah,
Part of it.
Karen is getting.
Yeah. Point out.
So, attachment 22, which we can't put up here, but that you are looking at right now, at least the developer cared enough at that point to put some differentiating character into the townhomes that they were presenting to us. It was a differentiated look that was somewhat closer to the character of the neighborhood. Now, what we have on the south side is a 150-foot wall that's 36 feet high that you have already talked about. This goes across the street from 3 family homes. 2 are 2 stories and 1 is a single-story home. This has been described by staff and by the public as monolithic and out of scale. I look at it and it looks like maybe it's a dormitory. It does not fit the character of what our neighborhood really is. There's no differentiation, there's no canopies, there's no pitched look to it, there's no canopies that are rounded or pitched. I attended the meeting that the developer had with the neighborhood. I found out through word of mouth. I did not receive any card because I understand they weren't, it wasn't necessary for them to meet with the neighborhood, but many neighbors were able to get over there. And I did not find that the developer was very approachable when it came to any discussion about possible changes. Just saying that he met with neighbors, but not listening does not help. We had a contentious project 2 years ago, which was the Reese development, and that was a tough one for us to go through, but and one again that was, as I said, difficult. At least they listened to us and made some modifications to make the building look like it fit into our neighborhood. This doesn't fit in our neighborhood. It's hard when we're asked to be on committees for the city, when we're asked to work with city council, staff, other neighbors, as far as working on character areas. We work on character areas because we care, because I care. We look for the character, because character is not the character of our neighborhood. And I ask you to make a difference here tonight and do not allow this concept to be into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second, please. Any questions for Ms. Knudsen? Okay, thank you. I'll tell you what, actually, because we have a lot of people tonight, in general, if you have a question, speak up. We'll just keep moving right through. All right, I have Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn? Okay. Let's try Kirby Spittler. Kirby? Please.
Good evening, members of the PLC. My name is Kirby Spittler, and thanks for taking the time to hear me about this important project. I'm a resident of Tempe. I live in the neighborhood, not across the street from this project, but across the street from one of the owners of the project. I'm a former member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the body that sort of precedes the DLC, and I'm an architect. So I understand what I'm seeing here, and I have some understanding of the process, although I've been out of it for some time. I wish success with this project, and I'm not here to request any change in setback, in density, or the building height. But I strongly that you need to stand up for the quality that was first negotiated with this PAD. And if not, I believe that the PAD needs to be reconsidered and different terms to be established. I would also make a suggestion, maybe not directly related to this project tonight, but to the ordinance. I would love to see in the definitions in that code definition for a tree, because I would define a tree as something that grows from the ground. This idea that we can put boxes on top of the ground, plant something and call it a tree is very strange to me. We've seen it at the organic grocery store in Tempe, of all places, where they want to put trees in boxes and send them on the sidewalk. That doesn't count in my book, and I would really encourage that you established a definition of the tree. Again, my definition is, among other things, grocery. Now, I've read some things that bring up questions for me about the development team. I would never bring these things up had they not been mentioned in the reports. I understand that there's a strong interest for this team to make this neighborhood better. If I were in your seat, I would be asking these people where they live and how long they live in those residences. If I were in your seat, I'd want to go and look at the rental properties that they own in the neighborhood, and I would invite each and every one of you to come to my house at 729 West 10th Street and look to the north and see what kind of house is there today, because it's nothing like the house that was there before the owner moved into it. The owner of that house is a member of this development team. I look at desert landscaping that in some places has no decomposed granite, just raw dirt. I look at a commercial contractor's truck day in and day out. I witnessed construction that was begun without a permit. So come and take a look and see who you're making these agreements with.
Mr. Spindler, can you wrap it up there?
Yeah. Again, I wish all the success of the project on this corner, and I just hope that you will do due diligence and assure this very important corner as a very good project.
Okay, thank you. Gayla May. I have a Gayla May. There you are. Do you wish this to be read, or do you wish to speak? Certainly all right. Feel better. All right. She says, it is my opinion that a local builder should be given priority over large developers. I have been a resident in this area for over 40 years. Okay. Thank you. David May.
My name is Dave May. I've been a resident of Tempe for 73 years, and the current home I live in on 10th Street for the last 40 years. And I'd like to speak in support of the Kims and their project that they're undertaking there. From what I've seen, I haven't seen that much difference between this and the condos that are going in on Roosevelt, about the 300 block, where they've got about 8 of them going in. It looks like they're breaking ground for another 8. And then there's the Horton homes, other than maybe the height would be the same, but there's probably 8 condos on that corner. So I'm totally in support of the Kims in the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Gitlis.
Good evening, staff and commissioners. It's hard to hear some of the people. Sometimes this doesn't pick up real well. I believe that this project has been around 2 or 3 iterations, if I'm not mistaken. I was involved in the second. It has changed every time, and I don't think the changes have been for the better. The things that I would like to speak to that I remember from being involved was a condition that the city had put on the south side of the development. So it's that massing, and and that massing has continued throughout different iterations of the project, but the idea was, since that faces the entire neighborhood to the south, the city felt it was important to shield that by foliage. And there were supposed to be trees planted. That was in the city conditions. It turned out that the building was built so close to the sidewalk that it wasn't possible to think about planting trees there. So the trees seemed to go away at that point. Now we're talking about boxes, and I understand you're asking for a slightly larger box, but that still is a constraint on a tree. And I like Mr. Spidler's definition there. I'll subscribe to that. But I definitely think that that side needs some help. I don't think that the neighbors need to be looking at that. And that was the original intent of the city back when. It appears that there is too much being pushed into a space that doesn't have room for 10 units. I think that's a problem. It needs to be backed off to where you can build something that is of higher quality and fits in more with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one more time, do we have Mr. Dan Quinn? Is he on his way? Is that what we're saying?
No, he's going to talk to the student.
That's unusual.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one.
You know what? I really think that this individual needs to be present in order to speak. We're not interested in telecomming people in, Mr. Kim.
He couldn't make it because of work.
Okay. Well.
And I think it's relevant to any questions and comments that he's going to because it speaks to our integrity.
You'll get a chance to relay his comments, so you can take them.
Right.
And you're going to be coming back to this podium to respond to these questions.
I understand that. You're in a position, I think, where you're going to need to convey that yourself. These people took the time to be here. There are people that had to work who couldn't make it on that side. This is the way we need to do things. Thank you. All right. So, anyone else? I think that's everyone. All right, so we will invite our applicant to come back to the table. You can give us your responses to the various comments that you've heard.
Oh, yeah. So Dan is he's the head of the city building inspectors for the city of Tucson. And he knows the quality of our build, and he is going to comment on that in particular, and also the high performance nature.
Can't hear you.
That's not a microphone, so you have to project out. That's for recording purposes. It doesn't pick up as much. It's very minimal. You have to speak on it too, but you have to be loud also.
Sorry, I didn't know that even.
Sorry. So you're probably...
It is a microphone. It is a microphone, but it doesn't pick up as much if you like. You still have to speak up, for it to pick up.
Give it.
So Dan Quinn is the city inspector. He was the head of that department for the city of Tucson for many years. We were building a subdivision down in Tucson, and we got to know him through that process. Because of the way that we built, the high quality nature and the high performance green build, he became very impressed, and we got to know each other in that arena. So he wanted to speak today to convey how we build and the quality of the building that we're going to build. I did want to comment about the south side on 9th Street that we keep talking about. If you don't mind putting that slide back up, I'd appreciate that. So this is a very bare plan. It doesn't show the trees that we will be putting in, although they will be in the planters, but they'll still be there. And it also doesn't show the shrubs because the city said not to put any landscaping on these slides. They wanted a clear image of what the building would look like. Insofar as the articulation, there is actually articulation with the pop-outs. The reason we didn't go further, because we could have gone the full 2 feet, is because of safety. The other thing is, we are Asian American, and because of our heritage and what we were brought up in, we like a more simplified, it seems like we like a more simplified version of what the other people are used to seeing. When they talk about having more busy work, to me, it doesn't look good. And what we're arguing about here is what the building looks like. But when you look at the actual building and the way that it will work, it's a high-performance building. We've been working with the manufacturers. We've been working with building sciences people. These buildings will have a HERS rating anywhere between 20 to 25, and that is only through passive systems. We have built some single and two-story homes in the city of Tucson. It was also a urban project. Those that we built in 2007 and 2009 had HERS ratings of 51, strictly through passive systems. The importance of a HERS rating is that the building will use that much less energy because of the way that we're building it. The goal is to get a net zero for HERS. The closer you are to zero, the better off. The HERS rating index is a little bit quirky, so you can actually get negative when you start generating more power than what you consume. A lot of what we built here and the design was incorporated so that we could make the building that much more efficient. When the city was asking us to put more canopies over the windows, I informed them it's not necessary because the solar heat gain coefficient on the windows is 0.2. And that is extremely good. When Mr. Vogel talked about that we're using Pella windows, we're not just using Pella windows. We're using Pella windows with 2 upgrades. It's the solar defense and also foam core interior. Because what we've learned, I've been doing high-performance building and research for over 20 years. When you build a tight box or a tight building, you have to have a true thermal break in the window. And that's what we have here. There was a case study done in Dallas about 20 years ago because the house was infested with mold. And they couldn't figure out why. They kept blaming the spray foam. It was a closed-cell foam that was sprayed in the bays. But when the researchers finally came out, they said it's the aluminum windows. When the cold came through and hit the warm air, it caused moisture issues, and that's where the mold came. The other thing that we've done, we're using closed-cell spray foam. We're using open to help mitigate the sound. We built, to make it family-friendly, we built a full roof deck. Most places, when they build roof decks, they build a very small section of the roof and say that's a roof deck. But we've incorporated the entire roof. In that space now, the kids, I live in a multi-story home myself. I have 2 little kids. They love to go up on the roof deck and run around. We don't have a large yard, unfortunately, so they can't do that in the yard. But they love going up on the roof deck. I made sure that we were at 42 to 44 inches for the parapet height on my personal home because I didn't want them to fall over. So I know code requires 36, and that's what we have here. If the city would allow us a higher parapet height, then we can fluctuate that and actually bring it up so that it's a bit safer for the kids.
Do you have 36 or 42?
36 on this, and that's the minimum for safety.
My personal home.
Guardrail height is 42.
Huh?
Guardrail height is 42.
What code?
Is it 47? Well, then, yeah, we'll definitely have to.
That's not that important. Please keep going. I have questions. I'm sure there are other questions, but this is your time.
As far as the knock on my mom and father's house, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And we know Kirby, we've known him for a long time. Obviously, we're not friends. But
Wait. I wasn't going to speak anything.
I'd like to say something. I served. My name is Joo Kim. Some people call me Professor Kim. I've been a faculty at ASU since 1980 in the School of Urban Planning. Many of my students are working here for this city, many other cities in the valley throughout the nation. I have just retired last September due to my wife's life-threatening illness from my teaching. And I served on commissions through my academic career, not only for the city of Tempe, but also for the city of Phoenix. I just hope that commission members do not take any comments of any sort on personal attacks. I took very offensive to that comments, but I wasn't going to say it.
I know this commission.
Yeah.
We're not swayed by things like that.
I mean, there's no room for this. Personal attacks should not be aired in the public
We're very
sphere.
much on the same page, and I can assure you personal attacks don't sway us.
Yeah. But it did hurt me. It hurt me a lot.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid that these things sometimes get personal. They're not meant to, of course, but we weigh in on projects that we may or may not have issues with. Did you want to respond to any of the other comments that we certainly could have questions, but
yeah, I'll just hit a couple of quick ones. The idea of putting trees in the ground, that was our original intent, and we would definitely prefer to do that. Building planter boxes are not a cost savings way of doing things, but with the SRP lines, we don't have a choice. And the location of the SRP lines, even on the east side, where there's a lot more space along the east, the location of the lines mean that we can't even plant trees in the ground on this side. So our hands are tied on that one. There's really nothing we can do about that. We did try to work really. I was really trying to walk a fine line here in trying to meet the developers' goals as well as the neighborhood's goals and the staff's goals. They gave us a lot of suggestions, and we did take a lot of them, and we did make some changes. The canopies is one of the conditions that the first floor canopies will be pitched or curved. We moved the entry doors. We flipped the stairs around, the direction of the stairs. We added the upgraded driveways. We added planter boxes for the trees. There are some small bathroom windows that we were asked to take out in the first historic preservation go around, and so we had removed them, and it may be something that we're adding back in because it's one of the conditions. So that's something we'll just have to balance between this commission and historic preservation, but we're willing to do that. We reduced the number of colors on the garage doors, which was a comment, and we had to remove some of the balconies. So this is not the drawing that we started out with, and we really want to. We really would like to create a quality product here. We would like it to look nice. We would like it to be an efficient project. We would like it to be of a quality that will serve the ownership well, and we would like to do it without losing their savings in doing
Okay. I'm going to defer for a moment to the rest of the commission. Comments, questions for our applicant? All right, so I'll come back to me then. All right, so a couple things. You talked about how Mr. Quinn could have been valuable to you, and I understand that. I guess if you find yourself in a future presentation, you may want to take a little time to say, hey, this is our development history. These are the projects we do. This is why we think it's important. Sometimes we see people do that, and it is useful. But what you said spurs more questions for me. You've talked about that this is a high-performance building. And to me, what I'm seeing is it's heavily insulated with few glass windows with high shade coefficient. Are there other features that make it high performance?
Oh, absolutely. The walls themselves, they're ICF with 8-inch cores. We're using ice fan. We have tankless water heaters. We have zero VOC paints. We have FSC cabinets.
Okay.
I would at some point like to offer an option for solar panels for the homeowners, but that's not in our budget, so we can't do it and offer it. But when I spoke to the solar manufacturer, they told us with the HERS rating that we have, we'll probably need only a 2,400 watt photovoltaic system. At 300 watts a panel, that's only 8 panels to make it net zero.
Okay. So
We're also using spray foam insulation. Our roof will have more than likely about an R50 to an R60.
Okay. So a couple of things there. So I'm starting to hear the case that, hey, this is a well thought out, high performance building. Those are the kinds of things that I want to hear to believe, yes, this is high performance. I can see you have been looking into this and working on this. So I wouldn't be shy to say that's a good thing.
We're also using either Mitsubishi or LG mini splits. So I think the SEER ratings on the units that we're looking into are ranging between 20 to 50.
Okay.
The current code requires a SEER rating of 14.
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. You say you have spray insulation on the roof. What is the walkable surface of the roof?
Sorry, we're under.
Okay.
So this is the one project we're doing underneath. So in the previous projects that we've done a 3-pound spray foam on top, about 3 to 5 inches, and an R7 per inch that gives us 28 to 35. And then we come in underneath and we spray another 6 inches of 2 pound, which is again R7 per inch. And then we spray in half pound, and that usually will come down about 10 inches.
Okay. Is there a roof membrane over the insulation?
We use a polyurea, which then makes it a walkable deck. But on this particular unit, what we decided to go with is the ice fan system, which has a dovetail metal pan. So we pour with a 3-inch concrete system. So that one, unfortunately, we cannot. I prefer outsulation versus insulation. But because of the system that we're using, we have to spray foam. And we're going to do the same 2-pound and then 3-pound over that for center.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you then.
Sorry. Because we're utilizing the ice fan, when I've talked to the manufacturer, they told us that we can make this into green roofs. And that's why we've added the planters there. And as an option, and tell the homeowners that you can make this into a truly green roof. One of the comments that was made by the members, our neighbor basically, saying that he doesn't like desert landscaping. Well, we live in the desert, and I understand that this is Tempe and they enjoy their grass, but we're a high-performance building. So what we'd like to do is xeriscape. But we were told that's not possible.
Okay.
We'd also like to use indigenous plants.
Any other questions for applicant? All right. I think we're satisfied with that. Thank you. All right, Commission. Thoughts? Commissioner Brown.
I appreciate that you are a builder who makes highly efficient buildings. I think that's something really we should do, whether we're doing a humble tract house in Apache Junction or a high-end house in Paradise Valley or South Tempe. But that doesn't really reduce the problem with the bulk and the flatness and perhaps the scale, which is a bit out there for the neighborhood.
Actually, we have passed the point of rebuttal. We just are having this needs to be directed internally for the commission now. Thank you. Other commission comments? Commissioner Lloyd.
So I'll start with the positive. First, I appreciate you guys, the applicant, addressing some of the concerns from the audience and really communicating the integrity of your construction and the build and the energy efficiency. I like the rooftop, the roof deck idea. I believe that would be a well-used amenity in the neighborhood. Where my concerns lie, and I think Chairman Lyons opened with this, is that despite what it was approved for in the past, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it's intended and its best use is. I do think we're really trying to fit a lot into a square, and the result ends up being a square. And I think this is a very special site next to the Goodwin office, which is why I just think this design doesn't do it justice. I appreciate that the staff provided 29 conditions, and at first I thought, well, 29 conditions should probably be a message that maybe this isn't intended, but even looking through those, they seem surmountable, but I still think the end result is an insult to the character area of this neighborhood, so that's my opinion on that, and I won't be supporting it.
Okay. Commissioner Summers.
So I really appreciate all of the steps that the developer has taken to make this building, make these homes energy efficient, and they're hitting all the right criteria, and that'll be great for the people who own and live in the homes. My concern relates to the people who are walking by, and specifically on 9th Street. And it was the first question I asked in this part of the meeting, and that's 36 feet high, 2-foot setback. I mean, I understand that we have a 2-foot setback. That doesn't mean that you have to build 100% up to that frontage. 36 feet high, straight stucco. So I'm also just a little concerned about what we're actually approving. There's a full page of inaccuracies or inconsistencies in the development plan. There are 29, I think you said, conditions. 16 of those are special conditions that we don't typically see. There's mention of a bunch of comments from the Historic Preservation Committee that did not get addressed. And so I'm a little concerned that we don't know what we're approving because we've got drawings and then a bunch of conditions and a bunch of inaccuracies. And this just feels like it's not quite fully baked. So I can't be in support of a project that's not fully baked, and we don't know what we're approving.
Okay, other comments? I'll weigh in ditto on some of those remarks. I like good, minimal, exquisite architecture, but that's an extremely difficult thing to do. It has to do with proportion and sacred geometry and materiality and a lot of things that are well beyond my capability to do. If the argument is this is iconically simple and beautiful, that is a very difficult mark to hit, and not many architects that I know of are able to do it. I guess I look at the plan and I see the math, that's what the numbers tell us could be there, and then how do we try and make it work? And that's where I think you run into problems. I value that you're addressing difficult problems from an energy standpoint, from the materiality, the low VOC materials, all of those things. And I want to see you succeed with this project, but I think the mark you're trying to hit is numerically maximized and architecturally minimized, and with this high energy concern. That's a very difficult thing to do, and as Commissioner Sumner said, I feel like this is half-baked. It does not hit all three of those marks, and doesn't respect the site properly, and I don't look and think this is a magnificent object in a beautiful garden. I don't think this has got beautiful borrowed landscape. I just feel like it's not ready, so it's going to be hard for me to support. All right. More comments, or do we have a motion? How about we have a motion? Either direction.
I will make a motion for approval of PL 160378.
Motion to approve from Vice Chair DiDomenico. Do I hear a second? I will second. All right. Seconded by myself. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Opposed? Okay. Motion fails. 1-6. Can I hear another motion?
I move that we deny approval of this project.
Okay. Motion to deny the application. Do I hear a second, please? Seconded by Commissioner Lloyd. All those in
Point of order. Kim, would it be appropriate to see if there's support for a continuance before we take this step? And if our applicant would be amenable to that?
I suppose we can entertain that. How do you feel about that, staff? There's a lengthy list of conditions. I think that this needs to go back to the table and be reworked and come at as a fresh application. Where's our Ms. Stovall?
I really can't add to whether or not the commission should deny or continue. I think that's up to the applicant, whether or not they're willing to work with staff's conditions and consider the input that they've received so far from the public and the commissioners.
Okay. Good. Let's make this simple then. Would you like a continuance? That would enable you to work some more, get some more feedback, and come at it at a second time. The alternative would be to say, we'd like you to vote and see how it goes.
I have a question. When we're talking about that 9th Street facade, what is it that we're talking about? Are we talking about utilizing the comments? Are you talking about chopping the floor off?
That's a little difficult because I can't speak for everyone. I would say for me, I don't think this site supports 10 units. I think that's the real problem. I think that what you've designed proves that you can't make these units nice and get 10 of them in, that you'd have to try and do fewer so you have a little more room to work and you can design what you really want to design. You're just going to get fewer units out of it. So that's my opinion. Other commissioners may feel differently. They might think, okay, take a story off, push it back, pull it in,
So this is a zoning matter that we're getting into.
Mr. Chair, I would just point out the applicant always has the right to appeal any decision that's made here. So if an applicant feels that taking a denial here and going through the appeal process at the next step is a more expeditious way to get to a final resolution, they may choose to do that. If they've gotten input that they feel they could work with and they kind of know how to tweak the design to come back to this body in a month or whatever it takes to do that, work with staff and then come back here, that may be a quicker route also because and you may save a few dollars with a free continuance as opposed to the appeal process, which I imagine there's probably some cost to. But what I've heard as a commissioner is that a lot of people just don't like the way it looks. Landscaping may be an issue, and by losing a unit or something, maybe I'm not an architect, but maybe there's a way that you can now increase the setback, maybe gain some square footage in the rest of the units that are there because you can reconfigure them, maybe there's something you can do. But if this is what you're married to, I'd take my chances and go appeal.
I very much appreciate your comments. They're very, they really get to the point of the issue, and that was the question that Matt was asking, because the conditions that were placed on the staff approval have to do with the way the building looks, but it does not mean changing setbacks and pushing building back. Clearly, losing one of the homes has an economic effect to it. Losing one of the homes doesn't change the setbacks, because those are all platted properties already. So in order to do something, losing one unit wouldn't affect the setbacks. So it would mean that would have to be completely replatted in order to try to arrange something like that. So therein lies the question. If we're talking about incorporating these conditions into the project as it stands, and seeing where that goes, versus if we're talking about changing the setbacks and reducing the number of homes, or reducing the amount of reducing the footprints, limiting the structures to be built. That's a completely different question, because that's a whole different project for us to. So one, I think is something we could take a stab at, and come back, get something back to staff pretty quickly. The other one is a back to square one, or actually saying that this project is not economically viable.
Okay, so difficult question. What would you like to do?
You get a continuance here, and then also appeal the first vote.
Well, it's going to be a continuance, or we take a vote. And you could then appeal the vote if we didn't vote the way you liked. So if you do a continuance, basically we're saying to be continued, you'll come back at another time, and then you'll have a vote on your project at that future date.
The desire of the people at the committee about setting the units back more, about lopping off or even reducing the number of units, ultimately, that's a taking. So I guess we'll just have to, we're going to have to vote, and we'll take it up to city council.
Okay.
Because the zoning is in place. I would really rather maybe we consider, based on that the zoning is in place, the setbacks are in place, everything has been met, other than.
We hear you.
If you're saying.
And I'll say that my point is you have met the math and proven it doesn't work. Right? That is the math. You met the setbacks. You've filled the plats. And we're saying we don't think it works. So it's the plats and the math is not your problem.
Why doesn't it work, though, based on which condition are we talking about? Because if we're going to go back to the drawing board, I need to know which condition we're working on.
This doesn't fit the neighborhood. This is a 36-story monolithic building with few windows, 2 feet off the sidewalk. There's nothing else like that. There's nothing that looks or feels like that has that scale, that mass, that lack of landscape. There's a whole number of issues there.
Okay, but we're looking at section 306D. So which numbers are we looking at there that we don't meet?
This commission makes decisions on a wide variety of terms, and if we will make a determination if we think this works or not. All right.
Yeah, comment.
Commissioner Brown.
If I could just comment, regardless of the specific suggestions that the staff made or the person on the stage, this is simply a development plan review. And that involves design, and there are probably 50 items that we could talk about.
Well,
I'm not going to.
according to this,
I don't think we can boil it down to saying one item did or didn't hit the mark. I think it's design, and design is everything.
Yeah, that's how the
Yeah.
solution works.
So
Yeah.
we're making decisions based on design. And I didn't want to be redundant because I was agreeing with most of everything that was being said here. But I would say that the renderings that I saw were stark, and I could not support them. If the previous design did have some relief in that 9th Street facade. I don't have a problem with the other facades. The other ones, especially the one facing, I think it was Farmer, it looked fine to me, but it was definitely that 9th Street was just too stark. And if there is a condition for a different material along the bottom floor, there is also landscaping that's not shown. The previous design did have some push and pull on that facade that you could probably incorporate. I think that you could make several changes that if you brought it back, could be more acceptable, at least in my mind. I don't know about, I can't speak for the rest of the commissioners, but what you presented tonight is far too stark, especially on 9th Street.
Well, I'm looking at the picture of the other units.
There's a floor plan, if you'll look at the floor plan along 9th Street. I'll find the...
But when you look at their renderings, it's just as monolithic.
If that was presented today, I would not support that either.
So you wouldn't support this either?
No.
I concur.
So it's just based on looks.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question to ask you. This is a development plan review commission, right? Not the zoning commission. And I understand that everyone has different views in terms of design and how it looks. But it should have some guidelines. And otherwise, it is so arbitrary. I don't like this, and therefore I can't support this. So I just want to ask you this question, the 9th Street. What is it that you ask us to do to meet your standard and your guidelines?
What is the standard?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
You have to provide an environment that works, and that's obviously very gray, okay? But what we're saying is a 2-foot sidewalk with planter boxes and small trees is not sufficient. Having a 36-foot tall wall straight 2 feet off your property doesn't work. Having a building that has essentially no articulation other than a few details tacked on doesn't work, right? None of these things are mathematical formulas. None of these things are hard ones or zeros. None of these things are quantized that way. It comes from a judgment of, does this work as a part of a community? If you want me to take all the poetics out of it and make it a mathematical I'm sorry, that's not how this works. We have seen millions of square feet of projects, and we have some sense of which projects work and are walkable and are delightful and enjoyable and fit the community. I have seen no examples of a project that's half decent, that's even half close to this in the neighborhood. There are old, crummy apartments which are a better use of their site than this. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. And we are way out of form. We've tried to, I think I've tried to be indulgent and talk this through with you, but I feel like we're burning too much time.
I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. So that's what we'll do. May I hear a motion, please?
We have one.
There is a motion on the floor, motion to deny made by Commissioner Brown and seconded by Commissioner Lloyd.
That's right. We did put forth a motion before you asked about a continuance. All right, so we have a motion to deny the request. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Opposed, if any? Okay, motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Lyon in the dissent. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. We have Tempe Auto Plaza. Is Mr. Brian Larson here? Or another representative of the applicant?
Good evening. Hopefully this won't take.
Let's hope. Okay. We were in favor of having this on consent, so I don't think we had too much in the way of questions. You might be brief if you wish, and we can deal with whatever comments come from the public.
Yeah, just basically in a nutshell, we got this location, and we were going to put, a conventional used vehicle dealership there. There's cars outside, and like we've done it for the last 30 years. And when we went in to see Blake says, well, you can, we would support this, but we can't support putting cars on the lot. And I look at him like, what are you talking about? And then we take it back to the drawing board and realize that, people are buying cars out of business now. So, you have to kind of change your model as you go. So what we did was we created a sales process where the people can, basically contact us with what they want, and then we'll go get it for them and bring it in. Plus, we'll have 8 to 15 cars that we put inside for, if somebody needs immediate delivery. So we will have some inventory, but not a lot. Basically, we use Smart Auction, which has 2,500 cars in stock. I've got a good relationship with them. And it'd be easy to get, the exact car that the people want, make it a good experience, and with no pressure and nothing like that. So we kind of had to change the model, but we did that, and I think it'll work good.
Okay, questions for our applicant? Thank you. Let's keep rolling right along then. Mr. Shimke, can you tell us about the project, please? We'll invite you back later.
Good evening, Commission. Chair Lyon, Blake Shimke, Planning Technician for the City of Tempe Planning Division. Tempe Auto Plaza is a proposed used auto dealership on the northeast corner of South Price Road and East Southern Avenue, just adjacent to State Loop 101. The applicant is requesting a use permit to allow vehicle sales in the PCC 1 Planned Commercial Center Zoning District. The dealership and all of its inventory will be located indoors within an existing 7,200 square foot building. There are some special conditions within the staff report which specify that all inventory needs to be stored indoors. They cannot display any for sale inventory outside within the parking lot. And another special condition which states that there should be no prepping, washing, staging, or similar activities within the parking lot as well. So based on the information provided by the applicant and the analysis provided in the staff report, staff supports the request subject to the conditions of approval.
What was in the building before? What was it originally designed as?
I believe it was originally designed as a bank, and then the church, which owns most of that center, apart from the Copenhagen furniture store, used it as kind of like an assembly space, just an office assembly space for their use.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Shimke. All right, so public comment. I have one card here. If anyone else wants to speak, find a card, fill it out, give it to staff, please. I have Deborah Larson/Jean Porter.
My name is Jean Porter. I live at Hudson Trace Condominiums across the street from the Tempe Auto Park they proposed. I am the Vice President of the HOA. This is the President of the HOA. Good evening.
So our primary concern, it's really difficult to hear in the back, so I wasn't able to discern, is there going to be activity with vehicles or no?
Yes.
What kind of activity?
I mean, he stated there's going to be inside.
So there aren't going
Correct.
to be vehicles parked in the parking lot?
Mr. Shimke is shaking his head now.
No, so all of the inventory,
Sorry.
no worries. They have to record me. So all of the inventory will be located within that 7,200 square foot round building. So we are specifically conditioning that no inventory, no used cars to be stored outside or visible from the parking lot or anywhere in the direct vicinity.
None at all.
None. Yep.
That was our biggest concern.
Yeah.
We own condos at Hudson Trace, you can see on there.
Across the street.
138 units there.
Thank you.
And we were concerned about traffic because we already have a really big problem with traffic. It's the 101 and Southern is right there. And so it's sometimes very difficult to get out of the property. And so he kind of addressed our...
Well, what we were concerned about is devaluation of our property too, with the used car lot. That's part of the problem. But if it's going to be inside,
Okay. So are you satisfied then?
Yeah.
yeah, we can accept that.
Okay. Well, then we'll thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, Commission, let's have a motion.
I can
Commissioner Johnson.
move for the approval of PL 190126.
Do I hear a second, please?
Second.
All right, motion to approve from Commissioner Johnson, seconded from Commissioner Lloyd. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, so let's move along now. I have Tempe Metro. Welcome, Mr. Dell.
Good evening. It's a little strange in this configuration, but I'll do my best to go with it. Wendy Riddell with the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. My pleasure to be here today on behalf of Tempe Metro. I also have the principal with me. I'll let them each introduce themselves.
Todd Job, I work for Continental Utility out of Denver.
Hello, Leah with Merging. We're working on the design of some interior entrance.
So we're here today to talk about Tempe Metro. Theoretically, it does not like me. Aha, there we go. So this is a site. You can see Apache and McClintock. I will do my best to be quick here. I recognize you've got a pretty hefty agenda. The site you'll see has quite a few kind of surrounding, frankly, primarily automotive-type commercial uses that exist today that do have visible parking from the street. And I suspect you guys are very familiar with this project, but it was actually done quite a while ago, back in 2006, with a not very popular developer. I do not represent him here today. This is a subsequent owner. It was done ultimately through a settlement agreement that resulted in them having a public garage as part of it, so 300 public parking spaces. And then in 2018, my client has acquired the property. And they're looking really to revitalize it, to refresh it. We've already worked through staff on changing out some of the paint colors, and that's part of why we are here today. So what we have found is kind of the lack of activity at the intersection. We have had a problem with homelessness at this site. So I grabbed this. This is literally the Google Earth image, but you can see the shopping cart. They actually had a previous property manager that was physically assaulted on the site when she was trying to address this problem. So it has been a consistent problem. That's part of what we're hoping to resolve here today. It's particularly true because it has an air-conditioned kind of pedestrian corridor, again, with that public garage on site. So our request is a use permit to reduce the required 60% ground floor use requirement. I know you're very familiar with the UCD, so I just thought I would point out that that requirement, as the draft stands today, would actually only be 20%. But we're anxious, and frankly, we sat down a few months ago with Chad and Ryan trying to decide was it worth waiting this out. But they're anxious to get this property revitalized, and that's why we elected to move forward here today. So existing conditions, you will see along McClintock, there's quite a bit of vacant space. These are our new colors, by the way, that were proposed, that have been approved. And along Patchy as well. Again, you'll see quite a bit of vacant space under the existing conditions. So our proposal is to activate that space, to expand the fitness center, you see up there in the purple, to expand the lounge for the residents. The leasing center moves to a more functional location over on McClintock. It's that bluish color. And activation of all the vacant space, providing for ultimately 2,000 square feet of retail and commercial. We thought, just have a little highlighter, does it? No? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Thank you. Yeah, could you jump back? Thank you, Saperna. I won't try that again, I promise. So where you see path to light rail that interacts with commercial, that's the 2,000 square foot area that we're proposing be retained as retail. We think that makes sense. It's kind of segregated away from the overall flow of the project. This is what we're looking at to give you an idea of the type of upgrade for the leasing office, for the clubhouse, and ultimately what that proposal would look like as that space is reactivated. Leasing center, clubhouse, retail as you look along McClintock, and then along Apache, study lounge, fitness center, mailroom, again, activating those spaces. Now, all that being said, we heard staff in their report and the changes that they had requested. We've also had quite a bit of dialogue. We've heard about this. How do we ensure that these spaces are activated? How do we focus more on where light rail is located? So I actually have a slight revision here for you tonight to try to address what we have heard that I'm hoping you see the same way. So we would actually propose that in exchange for the commercial property that we have on McClintock, instead we would offer 1,200 square feet. You see it in that green color up at the top. That would be set aside for retail commercial. We would use it on an interim basis because, again, our goal here is not to have vacant dirt space, but we would use it on an interim basis for mail and package storage. It doesn't involve a lot of investment. It's something that we could easily pull out, but it ensures the activation of the space. But we would still commit to marketing that property for 2 years and happy to provide those updates, brokerage listings, semi-annual updates to economic development. But I think it's a way to make sure for an even longer period of time that space is available for commercial development. We would still expand the fitness center, lounge expansion, leasing center moves, again, still to the more functional location. But I think ultimately this is really, frankly, even much more of a win-win than what we initially proposed, because it's a way to make sure all of the space is activated right away, and then to get a space up on Apache to ensure that that is available. And then, frankly, my client's a capitalist. As a commercial use comes there, that space will be available. And we also think when you look at it, by the way, let me give you a quick look of what it would look like from McClintock. We would turn over that other 2,000 square feet to a puppy park, activate it, clubhouse leasing center. And then Apache, you would see study lounge, fitness center, interim package mailroom, or future retail. And that size that we have determined, missing one in here, is the 1,200 square feet was actually very thoughtfully selected. Because when we looked around at, what's a typical juice bar, what's a typical coffee place, it's roughly between 900 and 1,200 square feet. Particularly when you're looking at the mom and pop, the Starbucks and things, those are a lot larger. But when you're looking at more of the mom and pop, that's what you tend to have. And for something like that to succeed here, we think that 1,200 is really sized right for that type of use well into the future. Technology hates me. I don't know why. So let me back up. I will tell you the 20% that we talked about with the UCD update, because I'm rather familiar now with that. We actually think that we far exceed that when you apply the literal terms. So Active ground floor use means a use that allows for public interaction between the people outside of a structure and the activities of people located in the ground floor of the building. That's precisely what we're trying to accomplish here, is to ensure all of that space is activated and that there is that interaction, there's eyes on the street, creating a safer, more successful environment. Now I'm going to skip forward. So again, the 1,200 square feet, most viable tenant, juice bar, coffee shop, would typically need that amount. And if you elect to go through option 2, door B, I will tell you that the stipulations we've gone ahead and modified, that you would change the 2,000 to 1,200. I have left that the space may be in lieu of or in addition to the commercial space fronting McClintock. Frankly, if that other space were viable commercial and someone came along, the reality is that we would lease that out as well. So I think that kind of provides both options, but we would activate it in the interim basis. And that we would make improvements to that 1,200 square feet because, again, we'd be using it as a mailroom package storage. We're committed to stubbing out for a bathroom, for a restroom, as that comes in the future, although that's not something we would propose to construct today. And then finally, our commitment also to market the property with a copy of a listing agreement, quarterly updates regarding brokers' activities, or semi-annual updates. And again, the last part is this, unless otherwise permitted in the urban core district. So if it were to come along later, we'd have the ability then to opt through that program. So all that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commission, any questions for our applicant? Okay, well, thank you. Move on to our, let's go back to Ms. Stovall, please.
Chairman, Commissioners, again, my name is Karen Stovall, Senior Planner. I'm going to skip most of the presentation. I think the applicant has explained their proposal pretty well. I would like to say a few things. So the code requires a minimum 60% of the ground floor street frontages on both streets to have at least one use from a list of ground floor uses. That list is in the code. Those possible uses include retail, offices with a customer service point of contact, restaurants, bars, hotels, clinics, child daycare, schools, and other uses intended to activate the street frontage. Staff's conditions, as the applicant has previously stated, are to locate that 2,000 square feet of commercial to either the northwest corner of the building, which is in their proposed leasing space, or somewhere along Apache. The condition is also because most of the commercial space, well, the space that is vacant now is not improved. It has had since approval in 2007, dirt floors, no finished walls, no ceilings, no lighting, no utilities. And we believe, as well as discussing with Economic Development Department, that has made the space undesirable for tenants because they look at that and just see that it's not improved and see a difficult path ahead to make improvements to move into it. We do believe that the 2,000 square foot area that we are proposing by condition is adequate. The applicant has stated that they feel it's too large, but there's nothing preventing more than one tenant from occupying it. A tenant or two tenants could have 1,000 square feet instead of going down to 1,200. The applicant is also requesting that instead of coming back to the Development Review Commission, they report to the Economic Development Department. Our concern with that is that the commercial area, which was originally approved as over 13,000 square feet on the ground floor of this building, has remained completely vacant since 2007. And we would like to see, since the commission would be approving a use permit, we would like to see in a public setting the applicant report what they've been doing to actually attract tenants to occupy that space. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Vice Chair Tiedemann, go, please.
Is staff aware of any other similar project where we've ever gone back on the development requirement for ground floor activation that the developer bought in from the get-go?
Commissioner, I am not aware of a use permit being approved to go below the 60% ground floor usage requirement for station areas.
Do you think of any other examples where we've got first-generation vacant space that's been out there for 3 or more years that has never been leased?
I know that there are others. I don't know the names of the projects or the intersections, but I have gone by and seen other projects that have vacant commercial space that have not been filled since construction.
I mean, the only thing I could think of was the stuff right here, here in our garage and on the ground floor here. But all right, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
On the other projects, we've had emails from just an hour ago that were handed to us.
Mm-hmm.
On this one, am I correct that just today you're suggesting you go that they were suggesting they go from 2,000 down to 1,000 and not even put the bathroom in? Did this just come up in the last 10 minutes?
The applicant maybe it would be better for the applicant to respond. But
I guess I'm asking, when did you hear this?
By email, I don't know if it was this or last Friday, maybe after 5 p.m. I don't remember.
I think the email came at 6:22 p.m. on Friday evening. So staff was able to see it today because it's the first working day since it came in.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need.
Further questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Stovall. All right, so let's move on to public comment. If we could hold on just a second, Ms. Riddell. I have John Christoph.
Here's another one for this.
All right. More on the way, apparently.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is John Christoph. I've lived in Tempe for 3 years. I work at Arizona State University as a researcher. My areas of expertise are geology, planetary science, and materials engineering. And I'm a tenant of Tempe Metro. Have been since I lived here. And I will say that though the current new owners have done a lot of good work to improve the structure, I have some concerns with this proposal. The primary reason that we understand as tenants for why there has been no ground floor retail usage, in at least the time that I've lived in this structure, is that the previous ownership refused to complete the ground floor. If you look at the building itself from the outside, most of that space that you're seeing currently zoned for residential or for commercial space is gravel. There is no complete floor, there aren't complete electrical outlets, there aren't complete plumbing, there aren't complete insulation. It is only vacant because it doesn't exist except on a drawing. So the other thing that I think is worth noting is that we as tenants have not actually heard anything about this proposal. I literally did not come here to this meeting for this proposal, and I'm just hearing about this now. And I think that the landlord should have done more outreach for this, especially with current tenants. Because any of us who live in the structure can tell you the current space that is accessible to us is extremely underutilized. This thing that's labeled a study lounge consists of a pool table, a foosball table, a television. I've never seen a single person using any of them. I have never seen the gym at more than about 25% capacity. And the idea that we need more space exclusively for tenant use only seems a little bit questionable to me given that low utilization. If the goal of activating the street space is to increase the interaction between the streetscape and what's inside, as was mentioned on the slides, it doesn't seem to me to be appropriate to do that in a way that puts more space only accessible for the tenants of the building and not those who might otherwise come to the space. What I would suggest for the landlords is find commercial tenants, and we, the residential tenants, will patronize their services and make it worth your while to find them. But at the same time, make sure that we have an understanding of what the plan for the building is and that it makes sense for the use cases that we're looking for and for the space that's available. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would you like to come back and address those? Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry, I pulled the trigger a little too soon. I have a card here from Elizabeth Pacheco. Are you Elizabeth Pacheco? Oh, okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Pacheco. I work for a solar company here in the Valley. The first point that you mentioned was that there is an issue with homelessness, and in regards to that being an issue, I actually think that's actually a great opportunity for you in regards to changing the opportunity to make it 60% for the residents there individually. That kind of sounds redundant for a multi-use building. A multi-use building is supposed to be for multiple things, and for it to be mostly just for the leasing apartments doesn't sound very utilizing of the space. I recommend and possibly suggest possibly an outreach to the community. If there's homeless people trying to utilize that space because it's beneficial to them, why not create an opportunity where us as community people in Tempe, we can meet with those homeless people and create an opportunity for them, or even treat them as humans instead of pushing them away from this area that they're seeking refuge in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now I have Warren Egmont.
I live in the neighborhood just across McClintock from this building, and use the light rail station there fairly frequently. And I've noticed that for the entire 10 years since the building was built, that bottom floor has basically remained empty. I've always considered it a monument to the foolishness of city planners who think that if you just put in a light rail station, suddenly business will bloom. So it's good that to see that the new owner is taking some initiative to try and make use of this space. However, I did have a question because it wasn't clear to me sitting in the back before hearing and so on. Is this space going to be used exclusively for the residents of the building, or is there going to be some public access to it?
Right now, there's no.
Let's have our applicant respond when they come back. Any other questions or comments you want to put out there?
So basically, I would support efforts to make some better use of this, which has basically been totally vacant space for about 10 years. But of course, the issue is in the details, and hopefully you'll have to figure out all those details. So.
All right, thank you,
But I would like to hear more about this.
All right, real quick, do we have anyone else? Is that okay? I'm closing the public comment section then. Our applicant would come back and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. First, I want to clarify. Once we received staff report, I met with Economic Development Monday evening, had a conference call with the planning department on Wednesday. Responding to that, we came up with this idea of what would work. So this was an attempt to actually resolve and find a common ground that made the most amount of sense. So I don't appreciate the implication, I guess, that this was something we were trying to hold off and do in secret. It's actually something we were trying to do productively. And I met with both Chad and Ryan on Friday morning and talked to them. They said, great, memorialize it, and that's why the letter came out late Friday night. So we were looking to find a way that actually activates all of this space, but still holds the possibility for commercial in the future. And if I could, Commissioner DiDomenico, the comment about have we seen this happen, I think this is one of the first projects that had this type of requirement out the gate. And I think one of the reasons you're now seeing the change in the UCD, that reduction down to 20%, is this man said it best. It's just because you build it doesn't necessarily mean they'll come. So what we're suggesting is there should be an active use of the space today, because that helps everyone, but let's preserve the opportunity for commercial in the future. And staff had talked about, well, we're trying to get out of coming back to DRC. I'm not. You people are lovely. I'm happy. I wish your meetings were a tad shorter, but that's another topic. We will agree that we can't, repurpose that space without coming back to DRC. We're not trying to get around that requirement. We're simply saying let's have this interim use that's pretty portable, activate the space, And let's go out there and give it a good college try, and it keeps that space available for commercial for a much longer period of time. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commission? Commissioner Lloyd.
So I appreciate your comment. This is one of the first kind of mixed use on the light rail projects. And we've seen a lot of mixed use come down the pike closer to rural and Apache. How does your occupancy right now, given that you've got a vacant ground floor, compare to the occupancy of some of the other mixed use developments overall? Because I'm just thinking about how you need to be competitive as the inventory changed near the campus, and if that's affecting your ability to stay leased.
Since it is highly student focused, we do get this seasonal swing where occupancy dips during the summer pretty heavily. Because of the ground floor retail / commercial being vacant for so long, it does and has given the property a negative kind of public on the websites and whatnot. So it's hard to quantify in pure occupancy, but definitely it's less than what it could otherwise be. I think we dip harder and compared to properties, I'll say closer to the university and or that have better surrounding neighbors.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right, Commission. Thoughts, arguments, quips? Vice Chair Diamico.
My thoughts are that it's quite possible that there may be a change in this area that future developments would be saddled with or required to provide 20% rather than the 60% that this project bargained for all those many years ago. I will say that almost all, if not every single project that's been approved and developed on Apache, on the light rail, had ground floor retail as a requirement. And I don't see any of those projects that remained vacant for 10 years or didn't build out and make a much more aggressive effort to find tenants. As a matter of fact, I know there's been little to no effort here. Now, this current ownership is being saddled with some of the sins of their predecessor. The reputation you buy into, when you buy the project. They realize that they're going to have to pour floors and put in, lights and power and HVAC and distribution and all those things to lease it to anyone or even to make it a residential use just for their own residents. But the one thing I do know is that in making these decisions and planning, the city of Tempe pushed for this because it was the light rail corridor. A significant investment was being made in light rail down Apache, and it was done to encourage mixed-use development with activated street fronts. And I am very wary of giving a reduction in those requirements on a one-off basis because I know that this would be the first of many that would come to us should some developer realize that it's just, it's better to ask forgiveness than to get approval up front. So if we go down in the urban core to 20%, I think then, I might feel differently, but I'm not in favor of dropping it at this point. I don't think I've seen enough effort.
Other comments? Commissioner Brown.
I'll speak to everyone. I was not really in favor of reducing it to 2,000, and all of a sudden it's 1,200. And someone made a comment on the team that that space will not be available. It'll always be available for rental and retail development. To get away from the token efforts that we've seen, I mean, the harsh suggestion, which no capitalist wants to hear, including me, is that you need to start lowering those rent rates until you hit the sweet spot and someone rents. That's what it comes down to. And again, we recognize that whoever developed this originally made no sincere effort, apparently, since they didn't have the floor slab in there. But to actually, delete the need for even the restrooms in this go-round and reduce the square footage is egregious.
Commissioner Lloyd.
So I have a little bit of a contrarian, I guess, perception there, because I believe when this property was built, not pouring slabs and not putting in plumbing was the market, because you never knew, or someone wanted to lay their plumbing and you didn't want to saw cut the slab. I get that that was how it started, and then no one ever took it any further beyond that. But I also believe that along the Apache corridor, there's not a lack of retail space, whether it's under residential or freestanding. There are retail options available, and a lot of them. So I believe if the market were there, I believe no matter how low you may lower a rental rate, there may not be a market. So to keep this space on the market and available, I do believe you mentioned it is a capitalist development. You want revenue-generating space. I get that sometimes tenants can't envision what the end product looks like when it's not even a gray shell. But at the same time, I don't know that even if you build it, they will come. But at least if you build it, create that activation, you increase your chances. And I think if there is, however we decide that you come back and report to the city on what your efforts are. When you first put the proposal up there of the 2,000 square foot space, my first reaction was, well, is it divisible? Because I believe your tenant's going to be much smaller than 2,000 square feet. So those are my comments, and thank you.
All right. How about a motion? Commissioner Brown.
I just want to break out. No, I don't think anyone objects to the repainting. That's one of the items on the agenda. I think we're only talking about the use and improvement, correct?
That's actually already been approved.
Yeah,
oh, good. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about paint color, too. I just wanted to say that there's no problem there.
Okay.
Good,
right.
Since it's been approved.
Okay, on the use permit. Can I hear a motion?
Well, I have a question. Are we approving 2,000? Okay. Where does this 1,200 come into play?
You could put forward that you wish to accept the applicant's 1,200. It depends how you write the motion. There are not that many options here, though. So let's pick one and see what happens.
Well, I don't want to create a minimum based upon 1,200. That's a really low standard, in my opinion. If we're going to reduce it, that's really reducing it.
Commissioner Lloyd, will you please give us a motion?
I don't know exactly what I want to motion.
Chairman, just to remind that there's two major modifications, Wendy. One is the 1,200 square foot from 2,000, and then striking out whether to come back to the commission. Are you still wanting to propose that?
I think you can go with the original 2,000 we had proposed on McClintock. We had suggested that 1,200 on Apache. I will tell you, if the 1,200 is the offensive, I mean, we can work within that. I'm happy to have a dialogue, but our thought process was precisely what you said, which is how do we make sure it's right-sized? But we're not opposed to coming back. Certainly we're committed under either scenario that we could not repurpose the space without coming back. I think that's understood.
And if I can clarify one more point, the floor plan shall be modified to provide a minimum 2,000 square foot commercial space at either the northwest corner of the building or fronting Apache. It's not the McClintock 2,000 square foot. Something fronting Apache is my understanding.
That's the staff report.
That's how this is written in the staff report.
Correct.
So if I could provide a motion? Or
please.
Okay. I move for the approval of PL 190139 as written.
As written by staff.
Correct.
Do I hear a second? All right, I'll second it, and we can vote and move on to something else. All right. Motion to approve from Commissioner Johnson, seconded by by Chairman Lyon. Got my own name wrong tonight. All those in favor, by show of hands, please. Opposed, if any. Motion fails, 2-5, with Commissioners Johnson and Lloyd in the affirmative. Can I hear a different motion, please? Vice Chair Diedemann, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move for denial of the request PL 190139.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, that's right. Motion to deny the appeal, deny the request from Vice Chair DiDomenico and seconded by Commissioner Summers. All those in favor, by show of hands, please. Opposed, if any. Motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Johnson and Lloyd in the dissent. All right, thank you. All right, let's keep moving here. George Drive Bungalows.
Seems like it's getting warmer.
Yeah, it is almost certainly getting warmer here. Thank you. Hang on.
Maybe it's after hours and we don't run air. If it's getting warmer, shut down.
Stakes are being raised as it gets warmer. Who can stick it out? Next, the insects come. All right, so again, let me say that this project was at one point on the consent agenda, so we were favorable to it. So I would suggest that you could be brief, and
Yes.
we can move on to...
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tessa Jones-Daly with The Factory. I'm a longtime Tempe resident and business owner, and this is the owner of the property, Ralph Rizzoli, who is also a Tempe resident. The George Drive bungalows consist of 4 two-story homes, which create a cul-de-sac community. Each home will have a front porch, a private garage, a rear yard space, along with a community pool and gathering space. While we were going through the design process, we decided instead of building the maximum amount of homes on the site, which was 7, that we would reduce that down to 4 to allow more open space, allow space between the buildings, allow everything to breathe, and more landscaping. We are proposing upgraded materials with keeping with the mid-century modern aesthetic with dramatic low-sloping roofs, horizontal siding, breeze block porch walls. The perimeter fenestration will be varied with breeze block walls and steel picket fencing. And we feel this is a good transition into the adjacent single-family neighborhood. And so we have this down to 4 different lots.
They're all detached.
All detached. Let's see. Each one has its own garage. Here we go. This is the street elevations. I guess this is the rest of that. We'll keep it brief. Do you have any questions for us?
We have no questions. Thank you. All right. Now we have several interested parties who wish to speak. First card I have here is for Linda Cabrera. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm getting ahead. I skipped our staff. Ms. Kaminsky, how could I forget you?
Chairman Lyon and Commission, Diana Kaminsky, Senior Planner of Community Development. The project includes, and I'll go through this quickly. Oops, if I can go back to the beginning. Okay, sorry. It's located on the southeast corner of George Drive and, and University. It is a property that's zoned CSS, Commercial Shopping and Service, so they're actually requesting a use permit to do residential on a commercial property. The property's been vacant for several decades. There really hasn't been any interest in it as a commercial site, although it does have commercial to the east of it. It has residential to the south. So they're proposing 4 new single-family units. Okay, do you need, can I forward it, or do you need, okay, so these are the criteria for the use permit. Staff is recommending approval of the use permit to allow the residential. You've seen the site plan. It's been reviewed from a development plan review standpoint. It meets the criteria for the design of the site plan, the landscape, and the elevations. I did receive a few calls of inquiry from the public. I think I'm going backwards. Okay, I'm trying to go towards the end. One more. Another? There. 2 phone calls from properties in the area. One that was to the north who was in favor of the project, thought it was a good fit for the neighborhood, and the other was just asking general questions about the project. So staff is recommending approval with standard conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions, Commissioner?
I have one easy one. On page 2, under site plan review, it mentions August 30th, 2019, first prelim site plan review. So I'm guessing that's 18?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner. All right, now, public comment. Linda Cabrera, please.
Thank you so much for letting us talk. I'll be brief because I think I'm about to get a ticket. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, while I don't enjoy what's about to be, I do appreciate that mid-century, the architects did try to match the neighborhood, especially seeing some of these other plans. Thank you so much, whoever did it, to try and match the neighborhood. Like I said, I'm not in favor of this. I get why everyone wants to build something there. It's been vacant. My great aunt used to own that back in the day. But I don't like the general trend in Tempe and some parts of Scottsdale where it's just getting really dense, like not a fan. Been here my entire life. I see this as very, very dense. I get that they went down from whatever they said back down to 4. That used to be one house for 4 different families to be in there with the entrance to the property on George. That's really dangerous, just the fact that people fly in there all the time. We have a really, really busy weekend with 2 churches back there. I would really rather have 2 houses there. I think would be more appropriate, especially based on the size, or a business, or trees. 4 just seems very big. I personally don't like 2-story houses. I like my neighborhood the way it is. Like I said, my grandfather built my house in the late 60s. I've been here, I'm 38. I've been in that neighborhood since I was 36 years old. I dig it. I enjoy the aesthetic. I know I'm weird, but I really think that the big main thing is I think it's too dense. I don't like how Tempe is turning into a very dense city. I've been to other dense cities. They're very expensive. If my parents hadn't willed the house to me, I probably wouldn't be able to afford to live in Tempe anymore, or at least this part of it. And I really do think it's very dangerous with only that one area in or out. I really, really do. So I don't understand how, emergency services would get in there. I'm afraid someone's going to get hit coming in or out of there just on top of what we already have. So that's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Carol Cabrera, you wish to speak?
Is this the mic? Hello, everybody. I know everybody's getting tired. I have to submit something that can be read, a comment here. Also, thank you. I would just want to say that we want to keep, quite a few of us want to keep it commercially zoned. We feel that any kind of density housing will set a precedent for that whole area there. We don't want that to happen, so we have a petition of about 55 residents that feel the same way. And there is a lot of jamming of traffic. It's a dangerous entrance. So it's just going to augment that a little bit more, I'm sure. The housing looks pretty, but it really doesn't match that well because our houses all face the street, and these face each other. So they're not really part of that community. We all face streets. So those are just a few comments that I want to make, and I want to submit the petition for the objection. So I don't know who to give it to. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Lucas Cabrera.
I have a statement that I emailed to the city council today, and I copied the Diane Kaminsky, and then I also had copies printed out for each of you. There's a couple, 2 or 3 points that I've made, plus some pictures from our neighborhood. My main concern is the traffic situation. George, if you're not familiar with George Drive, it's a north-south, and it empties into University, which is east-west. Every morning and every afternoon, University becomes a river of cars, river of traffic. Trucks, cars, pickups, everything. Some obey the speed limit, some don't. The problem is we have residents from the north side crossing, and at the peril of their lives, crossing that street to get to our neighborhood because we have a transit bus and we have neighborhood circulators. Then, in the afternoon, I see kids getting off with school packs, getting off on George Drive, and then they go again. Here they go. I saw a couple of them, and you know, kids will be kids. Man, I thought, good God, it's just the grace of God that nobody's been killed. But in 2014, we lost a resident in a wheelchair. The months before, I had emailed the city council about the danger of that street. And sure enough, months later, I lost a friend of mine that I used to see in the neighborhood. He was in a wheelchair. And I gave you the picture. If you look at the picture, it has a helicopter shot of, and you can see the intersection, how it was. If you look today, the intersection is exactly the same. I thought the city was very negligent in that situation. I didn't know what to do. I was mad. And now this makes me even more angry because instead of addressing the situation that we have on George Drive and University and the danger, what do? The city wants to add more traffic instead of doing less traffic. You're putting the cart before the horse. I think the city is being very negligent by not addressing the danger of George Drive and University now. George Drive is a very narrow street. If you get cars parked on either side, then cars have to take turns. You have to let one pass before you can go. And then you throw in a circulator bus. And one of the pictures, you'll see the size of those things. They're humongous. So what happens is that the traffic situation right now is at the peak. We don't need more traffic. We need less traffic. I'm not addressing the side or anything like that. All I'm telling you is that I've seen this situation before, and I'm seeing it again. And the city didn't pay attention to me that time, but I hope they pay attention to me this time. You really should look at that before you make any decision. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Cabrera. All right, I have 2 more cards here. People wish to have a statement read. Anyone else out there wants to send a card up? Don't be slow about it. Frank Rosaria, I think this says. I apologize if I got your name wrong. Says, I am here to oppose the construction of apartments, I think that says, because of the congestion of traffic on George Drive is already becoming hard to get on University. All right. Teresa Gonzalez says, are these low-income homes? Also, building these houses would make the entrance to George Drive much more congested and more difficult to enter onto University. Traffic has already increased a lot due to a new church organization that has opened their new sanctuary. We really don't feel that putting these bungalows would even improve the neighborhood. All right. Anyone else? Public comment? All right. Well, we'll invite our applicant back then.
Okay, well, I think we can appreciate what they're saying about congestion, and that is one of the reasons why we have chosen to significantly reduce the amount of units that we're putting on this property and keeping them single-family homes. All of the parking would be located on-site in their own garage with guest parking on-site as well. So parking on the street wouldn't be a factor. As far as the entrance into the cul-de-sac, we've worked with the fire department. The entrance is over 60 feet from the corner. We've gone through a lot of work with the fire department to make sure that it meets their standards, that it's safe. And also, residential is allowed within this zoning district with the use permit. So do you have anything to add?
They're not apartments.
And they're not apartments, no. They're single-family homes.
Owned, they're not even, they're all separate lots, separate water meters, separate electric, okay? The HOA is just for the maintenance of the common area. So I had a piece on Broadway 20 years ago. I bought it with 20 condos. Okay, I threw those plans away and I built 11 homes because we don't need any more condos in this town. I agree with these people. Okay, those units they're 20 years old. They still look like the day I built them. They're right on Broadway, just about 3 blocks east of Mill. Okay, they have metal roofs and asphalt roofs. They have basements. Okay, I built too many houses on it. I went to my architect. I said, "Give me as many single-family houses as I can get." Okay, he says, "I can get you 11." I wish I would have built 8. Seriously, I thought would have been a better project. Okay, we went there we approached the city for 9 units, and I said, "Well, 7.5." Well, you can't build 7.5, and that's when I switched from attached units to single-family houses. I said, "Let's just build 4." And they're not going to be cheap. They're going to be expensive.
And just high quality materials, and more of a single-family home environment.
Okay. Any questions? I think we'll thank you.
All right.
All right, Commission. Thoughts, motions? I don't see anyone upset and wanting to talk about it, so how about a motion?
Well, if I could.
And if you want to...
After the prior project that we looked at on 9th Street, it's amazing uncanny how similar the site size is. Half an acre almost exactly. And 4 units would fit great on that 9th Street site. I don't know about the 2 stories. I don't know about the architecture. Just interesting, the similarity there between the 2. I understand the concerns about George Drive and traffic, but I would also say that any use that would typically go into CSS zoning is much more intense than any residential development that's going to go in. I was happy to see a less intense, less tall, more setbacks, more landscape project, and I'd be happy to support this one.
Well said.
The George Drive issue is still out there, absolutely, but it's a different issue, and I'm not sure we can really tie it to development of the site.
Well said. Commission? Commissioner Brown.
I guess I want to say ditto to Scott. As far as the density and so forth, this is probably the 3rd case we've had where an existing congestion issue is agitating the neighbors, and the percentage of increase by 4 homes versus anything else that could go in there is probably the best scenario for that. And I also want to congratulate the architect for using real color on the doors and using different colors on the doors. I think that actually means something to the tenants. I'm sorry, to the landowners who will be there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Vice Chair DiDomenico.
I'd like to move approval of PL 190154 with the conditions as stipulated in the staff report.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, motion to approve from Vice Chair DiDomenico and seconded by Commissioner Sumners. All those in favor by show of hands, please. And the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, we are getting closer, and yet so very far.
To what?
You may have noticed that the air conditioning is not as cool anymore.
Just kick back on, though. I think
Brevity is good, people. Let's be fast. All right, so do we have, well, we don't have Darren Sender, but welcome back. In case you've lost track, this is First and Farmer.
Okay, good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. Oh, thank you. My name is Jennifer Boblick for Sender Associates, 464 South Farmer Avenue. Here on behalf of the applicant and developer for this site at First and Farmer project, Wexford Developments. What we have right here is a GID zoned site that we are seeking a PAD overlay and use development plan review approval and then use permit for some accessory uses to activate the ground level. I've got Eric Sterner here from Architecton, who is going to, I'm going to let him take over and really kind of give you the overview of the project. We think it's a beautiful design for this site, a great redevelopment opportunity for this area, and with that, I'll let him give you an overview of the project.
So if we look at the aerial context here, directly north, we have the APS yard. Ooh, is there a laser? Oh, very nice. So to the north, the APS yard. To the east, just north of there, culinary dropout. To the south, residential condos, both in full use, full year round, and then kind of split 50% also with ASU students. And then directly east, a parking lot there. So obviously, connecting to the street became an immediate importance to us on the east along Farmer. So as we look to that, we look along this east. So right here, and we'll show this later on the landscape plan, but a bioswale that basically kind of positions itself between the street and the building edge on the east side. The building here on the level 1, solar band 70 low E glazing, so directly seeing out into that bioswale connection to nature into this sort of Class A lobby space. And then to the south, again, seeing these pavers go along Farmer, so really activating that street edge as you're walking along Farmer, which became so important. And then as we look at the building sections as well, seeing how the building on level 2 actually cantilevers up over that to give shade on that east edge. And then of course on the north, again with this idea of pavers, and we'll see on the landscape plan of how we buffer that north side as well. Here's some renderings. To the left, we're looking at the northeast corner of the project, and here we're looking at the southeast corner of the project. So again, you're really beginning to see how we're activating Farmer Avenue, again here with this bioswale buffering the street from the building edge, creating a nice pedestrian experience, but not only adjacent to the building, but how we tie into the south and to the north of where the cars enter the space. And then of course the design of which we're asking the building to perform. And we're asking it to perform not into the minimum of the 10% landscape that you ask, but rather doubling that into 20% and actually just slightly over. So really sort of activating and elevating the landscape on this project. And we have a great landscape architect, Colwell Schuler, on board, who has a great track record with providing a building who will actually work and get us this landscape. So looking at these elevations again, the purpose is we're seeing these cuts that pretty much go through 2 or 3 floors at a given time is again to break up that monotony in sort of a typical elevation where we would have general glazing members at all same sizes go through the project. But you know, you really begin to see this activation when you cut a corner, and then obviously when we're cutting any of these members, elevating that with the landscape and putting a quite large member in there to emphasize the verticality. You'll see the dark brown, so that's a 3-inch by 3 wide corrugated metal rain screen that will be on the project, and then the lighter guys that run over the glazing will actually be extruded tube to that same dimension, 3 by 3, that will run past the glazing. Each of these areas where the landscape is a 3 foot wide, so basically all that glass is 3 foot inset, and we allow the landscape to sit 3 foot outside of that. That's enough planting bed. The planting beds are 3 foot high, so Colwell-Sheeler has actually deemed that enough, and actually more than they've done on a similar project down in Tucson at ENR to allow these plants to efficiently grow. Here again is the north and south elevation with those same moves. The bottom gray area that you're seeing here, so that would be honed block that we're looking into, so it'll be an elevated CMU block there. And then again, as I said before, a low E glazing on the north side of this project as well as the east as we're looking here at this bioswale. So as we're getting into the landscape plan, you can see that on the south side, we're really buffering ourselves with a 20-foot landscape buffer from the residential neighbors here. And then on the east, so on the south, it's redbud and I believe oak on the south. So the back row will be planted in the earth, and then the redbuds will be placed in a planter, kind of mingling between the parking here and then along the course of the full south. On the west and the north, we're using that larger tree, so we have the oak, so really providing that big buffer, especially on the west side as we're carrying to our architecture neighbors, Jones Studio right there. And then on the east side, again, buffering that from the glazing that we have down below, as well as creating a lot of ground coverage there with the plants as well. And as we're talking about these plants, we're not using something that needs a lot of water, like we're seeing in a lot of these other projects that come through. These are low irrigation plants that we're using, so these are all plants that Colwell-Sheeler has used in the past, so they are appropriately placed in the southwest. And here's the back. So again, the top of the building height is 68'2". The overall square footage of the project, 252,000. The offices total out at 106,000 roughly. So each floor plate's around 33,000 square feet, which is pretty standard, typical office floor plate. And so it includes 4 levels of that office floor plate. And it also includes a sub-level of parking. We saw on that site plan the level 1 floor plan parking, and then also a mezzanine parking level as well.
And so just going back to the standpoint, the PAD overlay really gives us an opportunity to take a transitional site right here from downtown core to the east, transitioning west, and it allows us to kind of start to buffer that down using the landscaping of the building to create that buffer for the residential as we get further west from the site. We do have surface parking and office adjacent to us in that APS site, so it's a good redevelopment opportunity for this particular location. It's a good addition to this Farmer Arts District kind of area, and just as being neighbors as well as representatives for this, our offices are just down the street, so we really look forward to seeing how this activates the streetscape, especially because on a walk you can really tell where the townhomes that are existing with the extra height provide some great shade for walking and pedestrians in that area, so this will just continue that along Farmer Avenue. And so in the interest of time, I think we'll let Diana take over and answer your questions later.
Good evening, Diana Kaminsky, City of Tempe. I don't know how much of the project you want me to go over, but it is a planned area development request for modifications to the development standards, as well as a use permit for retail or restaurant on the ground floor. They do have a small coffee shop space that they're looking at, and in the GID that does require a use permit as well as the development plan review for the landscape site plan and elevations. Oh, okay. I won't touch this. Okay. Do you want me to try it with this one, or? Oh, I see. Okay. So I don't know. Could be. So we did receive the one email from a resident of the area that I provided you at the study session in support of the project. I did not receive any other calls or inquiry or concern. They did have a neighborhood meeting that was well attended with questions answered by the applicant. The project includes the 191,000 square feet of commercial development. Okay. I think they know what the site is. For whatever reason, it's not forwarding. I did want to point out on the site plan, if you can go back one more. There we go. The building itself is the yellow boxed out area shown on the east end. The parking structure is the area that's behind that, the dashed line, the second floor. It only goes to the second floor. And then there's a third floor parking structure that is relatively low. So the west end of the site, as well as the south end, does not have a significant amount of development. They've pushed the 4-story building to the street front. Then they have a canopy area that I've shown in the dashed line around the perimeter of the building to show the additional landscape. And they did notch that and set it back from the property line to allow sufficient growth for the tree canopy at the street front. So they are having the pedestrian public space partially on property with an 8-foot walkway that will have an easement to allow the public under that canopied space, which allowed for more landscape along the street front and a drop-off area for deliveries along Farmer. The rest of the parking is within the garage. They really were trying to exceed the parking requirements of the code, but because of the size and configuration of the site, they've provided a few compact spaces along that south side on the ground floor. And then they actually have an elevator stacked system on the west side. I can use which button is nope, that's not it. This one. There we go. These spaces here are elevator stacked spaces. We've reviewed the project for the use permit criteria and found that it is compatible, especially with the new development that's happening on the east side of Farmer. These are the standards for the planned area development, and we're recommending approval of the project with conditions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Kaminsky?
What's an elevator stacked space?
They use these in other urban cities where you're driving your car in and it's automatically lifted to the next level, so they have a lower floor plate clearance between the levels of cars. You don't actually get out of your car once it's in the lift.
Completely automated.
Yes, for a limited number of the spaces here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not have any comment cards here for this case, although I thought I saw one at one point. Does anyone wish to speak on this case? Seeing none, I will close the public comment section. We'll invite our applicant back. Commission, do we have questions for them? We said we wanted to hear this. We heard it. Vice Chair DiDomenico.
The conditions of approval that are in the staff report, do you have issues with any of them? Are you in agreement with all of them?
Our team has reviewed the conditions and we're in agreement with them.
All right, I have only one comment, which is make those plants work. I'm sure you are very passionately invested in doing that. I want to see that work. It'll be neat. All right, so unless you have comments or questions for us, we'll thank you and we'll move on to taking a motion. Solid?
We're good.
Okay. All right, Commission. Vice Chair DiDomenico.
I'd like to move approval of PL 190093 with the conditions of approval as drafted in the staff report.
Do I hear a second? Motion to approve from Vice Chair DiDomenico and seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay. Harlow Tempe, Ms. Vaz. Did I say 6-0? Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Brown recusing. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. For your record, my name is Manjula Voss, law firm of Gamage and Burnham. I am here tonight on behalf of Core Spaces to talk about Hilo Tempe. I'm going to go through the beginning, which I think probably if I can. Wait, how come everybody else can make this work? How does this thing work? Oh, there you go. I got it. So Core Spaces, I think you know, has developed several projects. I know we came here a couple weeks ago to talk to you about the project. The Collective, which is right here, is currently under construction at 7th and Mill. So we are here to talk about the other side at 7th and Myrtle. So we're here to talk about 7th and Mill. Sorry, it's late. I'm going to just do the site plan very briefly, and then I'm going to have Ty talk about the architecture, and then we're going to talk about the concept of co-living and trying to, a new interesting residential project. Because we talked about at 7th and Myrtle here, we're doing kind of high-rise, multifamily, luxury product. And on this site, we want to do a similar project, but something that is more affordable for the downtown and brings it's a much more urban project. And certainly we think will be a very interesting concept for downtown. Just quickly, I think we all know what 7th and Mill, just the site conditions. Our request today is to amend planned area development overlay to establish some site-specific development standards and approve the design for the site. As you know, this was, and I know you've seen all three projects, but this was originally a large project that had a hotel and then a residential tower. At 7th and Myrtle, where the current project is located, is a residential tower that is similar to what was originally approved as part of that former PAD. The Westin Hotel is currently under construction, and this site meets actually the original site had some step backs where you had a first step back at 50 feet, then first height at 50 feet, then a step back to 75, then there's another step back, and originally to 150. This one is actually, the height is 136, which is a little bit taller than the Orchid House, but shorter than the Westin, to kind of give you context. And so what we are talking about is 11-story residential. What, 11-story? No? 11-story, 136-foot, yes? Yeah. I'm just reading what's 11-story tower, sorry. Mixed-use tower. It has 122 residential units, 51 co-living, which we're going to talk about, and 71 conventional units. And one thing I'm going to have Ty talk a little bit about is this project is really all about kind of the building and making community and kind of the residential kind of living space just along Mill and along 7th Street. The garage and all the parking is underneath. So other buildings you've seen where you had the parking pop up, all the parking is underneath. So everything on the ground floor is all active and retail. And we have a kind of concept about that because this building is really about kind of creating community within the building and also community that kind of expands through downtown. So I'm going to let Ty talk about his design and how the design talks about and makes kind of the community living building that we're trying to create. Ty, if you want to do that? This one goes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ty Maki, and I'm the designer of this building, and I'm happy to be here to present this project. So, as you can see, this is our 11-story project, and this is on the corner of 7th and Mill, and then this is standing on Mill, looking over the top of the current Jack in the Box. So we made great efforts in this project to firstly respond to the context and to express the overall concept of the co-living. And so how we've done that is through form and material. As you can see, this building's kind of broken into 3 fundamental pieces. The first piece being levels 1 to 4. And so the first floor here is our retail experience. And then level 2 is a mix of residential units and a WeWork kind of blended public-private space. And then level 3 and 4 are more residential and amenity levels. And the brick we've selected is to put the first 4 levels in context with the surrounding buildings. Mill Ave has a lot of, it's predominantly brick. And, we want to be part of that context, be part of the community, and then we see the first 4 levels as that touching point where we hit the ground and then reach out to what is existing. And then the next 3 levels above here, this is after the first setback at approximately 50 feet. We have a material change here, so we're providing a contrast between the base and then the upper portions. You can see on the lower levels we have a grid of windows. It's a quite formal and clean grid of windows that are continuous. And then we've emulated that again, but in a slightly more contemporary form up above. So, there's a direct kind of connection between above and below. And then the third form is the last 2 to 3 levels up here. It's a vertical expression, and it's starting as a piece through here and coming all the way up. We see this as the base and then the middle, and then the last piece kind of drops in and creates an interlocking mass. So we have 3 forms that join together to create a continuous whole. And I keep doing that. And then so from looking down Mill Ave again, you can see, we're hard on the property line here. We've set back in these spaces here where we have residential units. And because we're on the property line, there's limited opportunities for glazing. So we've gone to an expression of these vertical forms that, again, are interlocking, and we've provided variation and an interest through the use of material changes and textures and subtle plane changes. The key to this project, we believe, is how this retail experience connects the building to the ground, and then how that kind of brings Mill Avenue and 7th Street in and then up through the building. And as Manjula covered, we've got an interactive, curated retail space here that Rob will discuss a little further about how Core is looking to activate this in a slightly different way. And then, we don't have parking up here. We have residential units with these undulating forms that have landscaped planted beds. And we have windows here. Across here, we have the amenity space. That's the second level where the public is kind of brought up and they intermingle with the private tenant occupants. It works as a bit of a co-working, collaborative mingling space. It's not totally public and it's not totally private. It's this transitional zone. And then here, this is the residential lobby here. You can see we have a relatively small lobby that's the residential lobby, and you can see the stair coming up to the second floor. The leasing office will be on the second floor, and a large amount of design effort and intent is going to be put into this zone to make it a point where you walk in and you can see the activity on the second floor level here, and that the activity draws you up gradually into the space. You can see we've got a large landscape undulation at this point here. This is accessible off the amenity space. We don't have a lot of exterior opportunities other than at the rooftop, so instead of going out, we tried to use heavy landscaping to bring, and then operable walls here to bring the landscaping in. So instead of stepping out onto it, you open it up and bring that feeling in. And then on the alleyway, this is the east facade. You can see that, this is the alleyway, but there's still a large amount of glazing. There's a lot of units on this face, and they can see that it's highly articulated. We haven't reduced the amount of expression on this face, and the facade is truly continuous all the way around it in this design. And then on the alleyway down here, and we can see that through elevations. If you want to discuss this further, we were able to remove the garage entry point off 7th Street, so you get a true pedestrian expression all the way around 7th and Mill, and the entry to the parking garage is on this corner here, slightly off the corner, so all your parking is going to be accessed through here. The APS, which you can't see back here, is basically the loading dock and then the electrical equipment, which we have screened and protected, and we've made that as attractive as you could possibly can for those kind of back of house areas. So, in conclusion, the key to this project, the key objectives is to activate the street, to engage with the existing neighborhood, and to create a vertically integrated community.
Okay, go back to Rob. So Rob's going to talk a little bit about co-working. We'll kind of move along.
Thank you. I'm Rob Bach with Core Spaces. I'm a development manager with Core, and incredibly excited to speak to you guys about our new project here at Hilo. It's kind of the culmination of about a year and a half of research and looking at a lot of macro trends that we're seeing across the nation and a lot of our developments and in housing in general. And there's kind of a handful of things that we've been seeing, and it's mainly kind of comes down to affordability. In a lot of the urban environments that we build in, like Tempe, and like a lot of other markets around the U.S., a lot of the product that's been built is very similar to what we're building right down the street right now at Olivet Collective, where it's this kind of typical multifamily project that ultimately is out of the price point for a lot of folks that would love to live downtown. And so we see that. We see a renting profile that is getting older and older, that is saddled with student debt. And these are all kind of elements that we're looking at, along with the fact that people are more okay with sharing. You see the rise of Airbnb, of car share, kind of all these things collectively are happening right now across the nation. And it's happening right here in Tempe as well. And so kind of putting all those things together, the product that we're proposing here is really the culmination of that, is thinking about what can you share, what sort of community can you engage in within a building. And for us, it's all about differentiation of the unit. So with a lot of folks that are looking to rent, call it a studio or one bedroom, those all often have the highest price points in any buildings. But if you're someone who is looking at a lower price point, but you might be out eating in restaurants in the evening, you're traveling during the week, you might not put as much emphasis on your kitchen. So what if you could combine your kitchen with 4 other studio units and take that, from a developer's perspective, take that cost of building a kitchen from each individual unit, spread it across 4 units, we're able to lower our price point. And so that's specifically something that we're looking to develop here in Tempe. So this will be our first iteration of Hilo Tempe, and just kind of thinking programmatically about what this building is all about. And Ty said it best. It's all about first activating the street front. And we see the commercial space here, which is just a block on a piece of paper, but we see it as an extension of our amenities for this building. And we really want the retail here to be an extension of the amenities. So bringing our tenants down and bringing the community into this building. So it's really this integrative, permeable, public to private gradient. So starting at the retail at the base to our private public amenities at the second floor. So Ty mentioned that staircase bringing the public up into the second floor. We're thinking about that as sort of this co-working space, which is really this nice integration of welcoming the community in from the ground floor and the tenants coming down from their units down to the second floor, and it's a nice space there, and then with the private residences above. And so getting at what we're really trying to get after on the ground floor is we're looking to develop a food hall concept for the ground floor. And so that would be kind of master lease to one food hall operator that would be aggregating food and beverage tenants for this space. And even on top of that, one of the things that we've been discussing with some of the council members was sort of this displacement of mom and pop vendors and small boutique vendors from the downtown urban core here in Tempe. So another element of that we really like to do is try to create kind of this pop-up type culture where different folks could come in here and set up shop in kind of this limited release and test different things out. And it's kind of really gets at this whole kind of community aspect where this is the food hall, it's the market hall, it's the gatherings place, it's kind of the heart and blood of the building. And then moving up the building, so kind of near our leasing office, that would be a space up in the top here, which you'd be able to see it from the exterior. Think about that as a co-working or your favorite coffee shop type space. Third and fourth floor will have our private amenities. And in this rendering here kind of gets at what this co-living unit ultimately becomes. So this would be our 4-unit super studio option. So each one is an individual living space. And you enter in off here, you'd have your shared kitchen, and then you would enter into your private space, which would have fully furnished, so it would have your own queen-size bed, your own living area, so it's got a couch inside, your own bathroom, and then a fully modular furniture and closet solution. You can see in the larger unit here, even kind of mini bar back here for the larger outside units. And so really it's this kind of your individual living unit, but it's part of a larger unit within itself. And really, as we were talking about community within the building, which is really the hallmark of co-living, it's all about how the building operates. And so it's really kind of hands-on management, almost sort of like hospitality focused. So from our strong background in the student housing space, and Chip here is from our management team, he can speak a little bit more to it, but it's all about having cohesive kind of programming within the building. So you'd see kind of how all the different lifestyle amenities that we can offer throughout this type of building. So and kind of just getting at, like, as I was saying, sort of this affordability. On the right side here, this is kind of just sort of formulaic as how you might think about the discount to a typical one-bedroom or studio. Now we're almost at a 40% discount if you take into consideration gym memberships, TVs, which are all included, your internet, cable, utilities, kitchen supplies. We're going to offer cleaning of the kitchen. If you kind of add all these things up compared to the average studio in Tempe, you're looking at almost a 40% discount to living on your own in a studio or a one-bedroom unit. And here's some concept renderings for the different unit types. So it's like the modular furniture solution, all customizable, so you can kind of create your own identity within your individual unit. And then this sort of gets at the 3 different variations of the co-living type unit here. So the smallest one would have 2 units within. 2 units, then up to 4-bed units here. So and even within these units, you've got the smaller ones versus the larger ones or longer ones. So even those ones would have different price points within those. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions and start the discussion. Thank you.
I think we're okay. All right. So for our staff, we have Mr. Obina Kingsby.
Good evening, Commission. I'll keep it short. The applicant did an excellent job. The presentation was pretty detailed. The only thing I want to bring to your attention is that the applicant is requesting a reduction in the parking through a parking analysis. So right now they're providing 66 spaces and 96 are required by code. With that though, I have nothing else to add to their presentation about the design of the project or site layout, but staff is recommending approval of the project subject to conditions of approval. and I can answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, so the 66 is a condition that they're adding that we accept 66 parking instead of
96.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Questions for Mr. Kingsby? You guys hanging in there? All right, we have no further questions, Obina. Thank you. 1 second. That's Broadway Corridor and so is, okay. Anyone with us that wishes to make comment on this case? All right, welcome back.
I won't belabor any other points. We certainly appreciate all your effort. I just want to mention two things about the parking. We do have 66. We have 66 plus moped spaces and car share, 2 car shares that kind of equate to 6. I think that equates to 6 car spaces in car share. Under the new urban core master plan, if it passes, I think we are closer in number in terms of what the numbers require. 96 currently. I think we're closer to 88. We would also say, I mean, this building is right in front of the streetcar line. We are contributing, not that it matters here, but I will say that we are contributing to the streetcar contribution. So, and this is the perfect building to try not to get more cars in downtown. I mean, that is the one thing. In addition to community, I think we have to stop trying to bring more cars downtown. So that's what I would say about 96 spaces. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Commissioner Brown.
On the plans, you have some long, thin units that are called converts instead of efficiency?
Convertible, yeah.
Convertible in what sense?
Those are actually, and we can have Ty talk to them about, those are actually more standard units that more of a standard multifamily. They still work in the co-living system, but they're kind of studios and one bedrooms versus kind of a convertible unit. So the building is not all co-living. It's standard kind of co-living units, 1 bedrooms and studios, and then these kind of co-living super studios.
Okay. In some cases, those 2, 3, or 4 of those share a balcony.
Yeah.
I love my neighbors, but I'm not sure if I want them stepping right outside my bedroom window. Is that going to be
so?
in some way?
Yeah, when they step out onto those the balconies there, we have a continuous screen for the whole unit, but then they're within that space, so they're subdivided. So those balconies are private to the unit.
Okay. A couple more questions. Of course, we're going to ask you how you're going to aggressively market the ground floor activation. You showed a food court. Is that that's the deal? That's what we're going to see? Or is that a concept?
It's still in concept right now. So
okay,
that's our
you are going to find the tenants and activate that space, right?
Sorry?
You are going to find the tenants and activate that space?
That is absolutely our
Okay,
goal.
if say 6 months pass and you're not going too well, would you have to tweak the rent rate down a little bit maybe to get it to activate?
For the retail space?
For whatever. I'm just suggesting that's part of the equation, I think, to fill that space.
Yeah, no, it's going to be market dependent, absolutely.
Okay.
So Core has gone into partnerships on other sites. They have a relationship with a catering team called Boca. They're a large operation in the city of Chicago, and they have a concept called Little Mamas. They are rolling that out on, I think, so they already have one that's going to be opening, and they're looking to put that into more. I think it's like 6 projects now that we have on the drawing board that they're going in. So what they're currently looking at is a small to medium kind of fast food and beverages, like prepackaged and drinks. But what they're looking to do here, and the Boca company has done this already in they've done it in Chicago, not with Core, but they've done private operations of their own where they have a curated food hall. So they're pushing hard for this concept to go here. This will be the first place that they do this, but they're a proven track record operator, and Core has already an active relationship with them. But this would be taking that relationship to the next level. Like, this is the big vision that they think will turn this from a good project into a great project.
And the one thing I would add, Commissioner Brown's got mine just briefly. We've also, this started with Myrtle, but also had long conversations with the DTA. I mean, I don't know, Kate has had lots of conversations with her past experience in Milwaukee, and we've already, through our Myrtle project, are part of the Tempe Chamber. So what's really important to this project is, and it's sitting on Mellon 7th, right? Like, the retail is super important, that it's right, and we've certainly had those same conversations with the council. And we want it to be small, curated, reaching out to local first, that kind of conversation, so that you see a lot of activity. So, but yeah, we'll make sure that's not empty.
Thank you.
I had read in here that you are committed to doing a trip reduction plan as a part of the development, correct?
That's correct. Oh, sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Okay. We are committed to doing the trip reduction plan as part of the urban core. Sorry, it's late.
Vice Chair DiDomenico?
The Jack in the Box attachment or photo, you missed a great opportunity to, instead of that big bus you put in there, to drop the streetcar in.
Oh, we did.
I mean, rather than the antiquated bus that's not going to be running down that street, if you're all about the streetcar and no parking spaces, the streetcar should have been in the picture.
Thank you. We'll do that for council.
And then we'll use that as a marketing tool
Yes.
for the city later on.
Well, since Robert's here, he can help me get that picture. I don't have it yet.
Commissioner Johnson.
It's late, so I'll be brief. I love it. I really like this project. There's so many different things about this concept and where it's placed and how you did the parking. I think it's great. I like it.
Thank you.
Community garden would have been great there too.
I appreciate the honesty of showing the Jack in the Box. A lot of folks would have hidden that. I also think you're going to see a lot of interest in the co-living, specifically from corporate users. I mean, as somebody who travels a lot, you spend 3 nights in a hotel, that's a monthly rent. And we're looking for places like that all the time. So wouldn't be surprised to see more demand there and another unit or another project like this moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Commission. All right, I'm just going to jump in there. I think it's a good project. I love the underground parking. I like the whole model that they're trying to do something interesting with bringing people in, the co-living. I'm terrified of the idea of sharing a kitchen with 8 men. I don't think I would do that, but okay, more if they can make it work, more power to them. For my taste, I would not like it to be brick, but I think everyone else would like it to be brick, so it's a good choice. All right, your thoughts, your motions. Vice Chair DiDomenico.
I love it. Love the setback, the materials, the colors, everything they did. I'd like to move for approval of PL 190094 with the conditions of approval as drafted.
Do I hear a second? Okay, motion to approve from Vice Chair DiDomenico as written, seconded by Commissioner Lloyd. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you still with us? We have 999 Playa. Do we have Mr. Cross?
That one is actually you.
Oh,
We're going to do this quickly.
all right.
Down in the river bottom.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, for the record, Angela Voss, law firm of Gamage and Burnham. Just to go quickly, this site, I'm just going to go through this, is and Chairman DiDomenico, or Commissioner DiDomenico will remember when he was chairman, we talked a lot about this site. So Ergens, who is my client and the developer and owner of this site, has owned the site for 10 years. As this project has moved forward, and it was originally entitled, some of you may remember, I'm sure Commissioner DiDomenico remembers, for an office building. An office building we are now moving forward with, Class A, 6-story office building. I believe there's some architectural questions, so I won't belabor if you want me to get into it, but it's going to be, we're decreasing the height a little bit to 6 stories, which is more consistent kind of with the surrounding stories and height in the Playa development. This will be the taller building within Playa. The office space is decreasing a little bit from 106 to 100,000. And I will let Rob here talk a little bit about the architecture, if that's your Are those your questions, or do you want me to go through the whole presentation? I got it. Okay, here, Ron. Or do you want to ask some questions?
I'll let you ask questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner's questions.
Michelle, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I just had a question about kind of the height level between the 202 and where we're at with this building, and then kind of addressing a lot of the development we're seeing is screening the parking to make it not as visible to people passing by. Wondering how that came about in this project.
So I would say that it was an intentional decision not to screen the parking when we studied the architectural mass of the building. But we also looked at the building as it relates to the overall site. So if you guys are familiar with this site, it is burdened by easements and restrictions. So where the building is footprinted is the only buildable footprint on this site. So we were dealing with surface parking to make it work. And so as the building is stepped back, what we were working towards is trying to break up the masses. And so when you look at the ground, we were able to find enough developable footprint to create offices at the lower level. The vehicular circulation is behind that, moves up into the next tier of building, if you will, which is the parking plates. And then the mass of the building sits on top. The primary mass of the office sits on top. And the goal there was to really open the building up and to try to create a different partie than what you typically see with screened parking. We felt like the screened parking would have made it look very heavy and massy when we were trying to lift it up and float it. So basically, occupiable floor plate at the bottom, 2 trays of parking that sort of pull the mass building apart and let the building mass sit up above. The columns are intentionally painted a darker color to also sort of strengthen the idea of this floating mass up above.
What's the materiality of the band, that parking?
So it's a concrete building, and that band is a concrete block.
We're not talking about a CMU, or we're talking about a...
Yes, it's a painted CMU block. Which piece is this?
This goes this way, so you can kind of see.
There you
Here's
go.
some better pictures.
What's the
Pointing
point?
down. Oh, the pointer's right here.
Yes. So what you're seeing right here is that layer is 9 inches of concrete post-tension with a concrete block sitting on top of it. There's a sort of intention to express the materiality of the building. It's a very raw building. It's thought to be Class A, yes, but it's thought to kind of house more of a creative class. So it's all about an exposed structure, an honesty of materiality, and a simplicity of the materiality.
Commissioner Brown.
How high is that concrete block band? From the previous view, I was going to moan about the screening, but actually, in this view, I like the way you see the underside of the deck, the post-tension deck above. How high is that concrete block screen wall?
It is masonry. It's 48 inches masonry module.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so it's a little higher than
I think in this view actually makes it more.
Yeah,
I like seeing the column through.
Yeah, I actually, the view from this perspective, from ground level looking up to it, I think it looks cool. I like the description of 2 floating trays. I just have one question. Is there included, and I didn't take the time to really read it, there was a parking study for the adjacent apartments. So what's the interplay of the adjacent apartments and the piece of parking that, I guess, are you displacing parking that they currently were approved to use?
No, they're not. We're not displacing park, but they have an excess of parking in this portion right here of the parking lot, which is if you drive by it, like I drive by it 65 times a day, there's not that many people on this parking lot, and so they one thing to allow us to have a little bit more, which allowed us to have a larger building, to get a little bit more surface parking. The new owners sold us this portion of the parking lot, so they are parked fine, and this is excess parking they have, which they are going to sell to us this portion of the lot.
So the purpose of presenting the parking study was to show that it's not hamstringing something that's already been built and approved.
Yes. And also, we're going to have a shared parking agreement with them. And as you know, office and residential can certainly share. So we will use this parking lot more during the day than at night. If they have residents who need to park in this parking lot, it's not changing from a residential perspective, just changing from an ownership perspective. So residents who want to park there can still park there.
The parking, shared parking is not required to meet code for our property nor for the multifamily that exists. The parking study that was done for the multifamily demonstrated that.
Comments, questions? Thank you. Okay. Ms. Kaminsky?
As Manjula mentioned, they are requesting an amended planned area development from an existing entitlement, and this incorporates another adjacent piece of property. Along with this is an administrative review of the minor PAD amendment to that adjacent property to adjust their parking numbers to make their PAD reflect what's currently going to be left on their site. But both sites will function independently of each other in terms of the parking code. Any agreement to shared parking is of their own decision, not part of a requirement. And then they are requesting a development plan review for the landscape, site plan, and elevations of the building. Whoops, am I not allowed to? If you could forward to, I think I have a slide that might show the demonstration of the relationship to the freeway. This does show where the building location is with the first floor parking structure tucked behind, and this also is the second and third floor on the lower levels. You want to go to the next slide? There we go. I believe that the freeway is at about 30 feet. I was hoping this had a dimension on it. This area here, I think, so where the freeway is located, if you were on the freeway, would be about this level here. So you would be at eye level with this third floor of the garage. So I did not receive any calls or inquiry or concern. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the project.
Comments, questions for Ms. Kaminsky? Thank you. Is there anyone from our public that wishes to make comment on this case? All right, I close the public comment section. Manjula and crew, if you'd come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think we're happy to answer any questions, but we are fine with all the conditions. We certainly appreciate your support.
Last chance, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commission, let's move on this one. What are we doing?
I'm kind of on a roll, but I'd really like to share the.
Commissioner Johnson.
I would love to. Let's see. I move for the approval of 999 Playa, PL 190136.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion to approve from Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Vice Chair DiDomenico. All those in favor, by show of hands, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Very attractive building, guys. All right. So, procedure question. I could keep going, but I think others might appreciate a 15-minute break before we hit our major stuff. Is that something we can do? Yes? Yep. It is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have our main event coming, I think we should take a, let's say, 10-minute break. Be quick. I will start this meeting again at 9:40, even if no one else is in the room. All right, let's reconvene. Lay it on us.
Hello, my name is Maria Lochner, and I'm with the Economic Development Team here in Tempe. And I'm happy to be here again on behalf of the City of Tempe to present to you our general plan amendment for the Broadway corridor area for the second hearing. So
thought I would start out with a brief summary of what we're looking to do here. The general plan amendment is going to propose a change in land use from general industrial to a mixed-use industrial, and we see many good benefits coming from that. The first is that it will allow for adaptive reuse as well as new uses in the area. So we'll have more light industrial opportunities for office, retail, and residential. And we think that will help maintain a more vibrant character for the area. Secondly, we think this amendment will promote sustainability and livability in the area, principally by creating that live, work, play environment, which will activate it 24/7, and that allows for improved public safety, as well as providing new housing options that can allow the city to better reach its goal of being a 20-minute city. So the reason for this area is that it is currently, and I'll get to the map next so people can see what area I'm talking about, but it's the Broadway corridor that goes down to Southern, Priest, all the way over to the railroad tracks. It's a largely industrial area and has been for a long time. We think by branding it as our maker district, we can celebrate that manufacturing. We can build on the base industry that's already there and help increase that value and continue to grow supply chain because it already has a lot of that. We would be looking to retain existing businesses. However, we want to integrate mixed uses and adaptive reuse into the area. We've also decided that creating this maker district will allow us to brand the area in a unique way and create this made in Tempe vibe because there is already a lot of creativity and manufacturing happening in the area. And finally, this seems like it's a very strong, proactive approach to prevent escalating vacancies that we've seen happen in the area. Again, this area has not had new construction in over 5 years, and the vacancy is approaching 12%. So we're trying to get ahead of any potential blight. So currently, the land use looks like this. It's a large general industrial block, and what we're looking to do is make it an industrial mixed-use block. This is a new classification for us, and it will allow that greater variety that we're talking about, including residential in this area, which currently it does not have. But with our general plan amendment, we are proposing 15 dwelling units per acre for the majority, and just on the frontage of Broadway, so on the southern part of Broadway, up to 45 dwelling units per acre. And that is because it's a very highly trafficked area with good transit already in terms of public transportation, and eventually future streetcar line. So this is our second hearing today, and then we'll be presenting to council on September 26th and for adoption on October 17th, if you agree with this plan. And with that, I'm here with Robbie Aaron. He's the planner that has helped on this. We are ready to answer any questions.
Commissioner Brown.
What did you say about a future streetcar line? Could you illustrate that?
There's so we're working with Valley Metro on a future streetcar build out in Tempe, and although this is very early stage, obviously it depends on funding, so it could be 10 years, it could be 30 years, but Broadway is one of the lines further back.
Okay.
They're all the same.
We're all aware of the railroad tracks, and I suspect that is a border that the single-family residential that's shown in yellow, I believe?
Yes.
They probably already accept that as being kind of a barrier that they're all accustomed to. Have there been any comments from residential neighbors about anything related to this?
I think at the previous meeting there were some residents, correct?
Well, I was wondering.
There was one.
Okay, I'm sure we'll hear from them. or the council will, if there's any concern. Thank you.
So far, though, we've in the two public meetings that we had, there was a very, very good support. I'd say a total of 50 people attended, and they were pretty much in favor of it. There were some questions, of course, related to zoning, but this is not a zoning issue. We're only looking at the land use at this time. So if someone were to come in with a different zoning requirement, they would have to go through our regular process.
Commissioner Johnson.
Really quick question. I see that's along the railroad tracks, right?
Yes,
Isn't
the
there
eastern
is
boundaries.
there a multi-use path planned along those railroad tracks?
Yes.
Yes.
From the north-south path.
Okay.
It extends all the way to, it follows the railroad alignment up to 13th Street all the way to baseline. Sorry.
Okay.
Too late.
From the lake to baseline, is that what I hear?
From baseline all the way to, sorry,
Yeah.
it's okay. From baseline all the way to University actually, but we'll take from 13th Street, we'll follow the alignment of the railroad. We will move the farmer from 13th all the way to University.
Cool. More transportation options. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair DiDomenico.
If I'm a landowner in this district, is there any reason why this should worry me? Is there any downside to an existing property owner?
Robbie Aaron, planning. The no particular downsides. The industrial will remain. The idea is not to go in and proactively push them out. Is to provide certain areas, certain landowners that wish to bring in a more mixed-use product to be able to do so. As Maria said, we're not doing the zoning portion of this, so the underlying zoning will remain what it is today, which is mostly general industrial. A property owner would have to come in and rezone. This just gives the basis for that rezoning to go forth and be able to be supported by the general plan and the density categories that are being implemented.
All right, other questions? So, Commissioner Summers.
So we've had a couple of cases come through recently near up near Rio Salado and McClintock, where in the industrial area there's folks who want to put in restaurants, and we're kind of concerned, usually not the way we are, not to protect residents, but to protect the existing property owners who have industrial uses. So in this case, if I'm an industrial user in this area and I see that now there can be residents, I would think I'd be worried, because that would be, the industrial was there first, but there's conflicts between industrial and residential. So are you hearing any of that in your outreach so far?
No, we're not. In fact, property owners are in favor of being having more opportunities to do different things with their properties. What we found in this area, as in Smith that you just mentioned, is that a lot of the product is obsolete. It can no longer function for today's level of, like, let's say manufacturing, where a lot of industrial users are looking for those higher ceilings. We don't have that in this area, so those users are not coming here anyway. We're already seeing different types of users in the area. So we're trying to build on that and open the door a little bit wider to different users if they were to come in. Or property owners who are having a hard time tenant their space, hence the vacancy, so they would be able to more readily adapt to the market.
Okay, thank you. All right, so folks, as a reminder, this is not the last stop for this case. From here, it will end up going to town. Can't get anything straight tonight. It will go to City Council. You'll have more opportunities to hear this one and the next one. But if you wish to speak tonight, you may. I have some cards. Send more up if you want to. First card is Karen Gitless.
in the spirit of the evening, I'll be brief, and I just want to say that this is an interesting concept. The area needs revitalization. It's not pleasant to drive there. There are very few businesses I frequent there, but I think there's potential, possibly even in the residential area, to do some interesting things with providing housing, especially since we have that's a problem we're trying to deal with right now. So I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
W. David Doiron?
Close enough.
Okay.
I've lived with it all my life.
How do you pronounce it?
How do I say it? It's Doiron.
Doiron.
Oui. As you have mentioned, my name is David Doiron. I have been a resident of Tempe since 1959. I've seen quite a few things. And I'm disturbed by the number of high-rise buildings that are erupting. And I would like to see the high-rise be kept in downtown and not come south of Broadway. And I live just to the east of the purple area here. And if people want to live in Manhattan, go live in Manhattan. Don't change Tempe into Manhattan. If you want to be in L.A. or San Francisco or any other big city, then go there. But right now, I mean, the bubonic plague is coming back to the big cities on the West Coast. I'm really disturbed by how much density is coming to Tempe. And, and by the way, I compliment the commission for handling this load tonight. I'm on the Tempe Aviation Commission, and I recognize what you're going through. So please take another look at the charter that you read at the beginning of this commission meeting and take heed of that. If we start drifting to higher and higher buildings and more density, it's not going to be Tempe anymore.
Thank you. Karen Adams.
Hi, I live in Campus Homes on Roosevelt, directly north of the area that you're talking about. And at the last meeting, yes, you mentioned that zoning would have to take place. There is actually a zoning request on the southwest corner of Broadway and Roosevelt for a residence, some kind of multi-density residence that wants 500 parking places and 300 some odd bicycle parking places. And that, the first hearing for that was actually before the hearing that you had about this particular use. And and at that meeting, you also characterized the area north as kind of, yes, there are apartments, blah, 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 blah. Actually, it's mostly single-family residences. There's a huge park with, Little League baseball, with a market, a garden market, with children's playgrounds, etc., ramadas where family goes. The southern part, where the speed limit is 35 and people zip by, looks exactly like the northern part, except it's 25 miles an hour, and we actually petitioned against speed bumps to try and keep people at that speed. There are no handicap accessible crossing areas except at 13th Street and at Broadway. There are no sidewalks and several blocks on the east side of that area. If you approve something that has 500 plus cars and 300 plus bicycles, people are going to go up our street and use it as a thoroughfare. There's no way that you can stop it. You aren't building that light rail on time to make a difference. I'm asking that if you're going to consider passing this amendment, that you also include funding in order to address the kinds of traffic impact that these changes will make in the residences north of this area. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Joe Nucci, I think.
Oh, sorry. We got that shuffled in. All right. Anyone else for this one? All right, I'll close public comment. Oh, okay. All right, come on up. Just fill out a card afterwards if you would.
I already did fill out now.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is your name?
Larry DeJenis.
Sorry. We didn't sort very well. Okay. Sorry about that, Larry. Mr. DeGenis.
All right. So, good evening. First, I just want to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. So my name is Larry DeGenis, and I reside in the Holdeman neighborhood, where I currently serve as the chair of my neighborhood association. So I've come here tonight to express my utmost support for this plan. The Holdeman neighborhood, where I live, happens to be located just north of the Broadway Road between Hardy Drive and Priest Drive. So we are really located right in the heart of this corridor. And I believe revitalizing the Broadway corridor would have a very positive impact on our community. Our neighborhoods really need more amenities along Broadway Road that we can have easy access to, be able to walk or ride a bike to. And we want more retail. We want more coffee shops. We want more restaurants along Broadway Road. So I believe that this plan will make it easier for those types of amenities to be built. I also support a future streetscape project along Broadway Road between Priest Drive and Mill Avenue. The section of Broadway Road badly needs to be redone to make it more pedestrian and bicycle friendly. I really like the former recent project on Broadway Road between Mill and Rural Road, and I thought that was a great project. And I would hope that we would eventually see a similar streetscape project on our side of Broadway Road. Just one last additional suggestion that I want to point out. I actually have a photo here. I don't know how well you'll be able to see this, but I'm happy to come around and show you. But for the very northern portion of the Maker District, which is adjacent to Broadway Road, I am just requesting the possibility of having this strictly be mixed use as opposed to mixed use and industrial. And the reason why I'm suggesting this is because this would give us our neighborhoods that are right north of Broadway Road more of a buffer from any potential new industrial built along Broadway. And so I understand there is some existing industrial. They could be grandfathered in. I think that would be a win-win solution for everybody. But I would really like to see, as a component of this, just more of a buffer and more protection from industrial from our neighborhoods, from this area. So that's all my feedback that I have tonight. I want to thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
All right. I was asking if we had any questions. Sorry, we're tight-lipped now. Thank you. All right. Did I miss anyone else? Anyone else that wishes to speak? All right. Let's come back to Robbie and Maria.
Okay, I just want to address two things quickly. First, with regard to Larry's comment, the area he's speaking of is the area that you see in this darker orangish brown that would be 45 up to 45 DU per acre. It's kind of the area that he is suggesting be strictly mixed use as opposed to the mixed use / industrial. The second comment I'm going to address is the comment with regard to the project that is currently going through the planning process on the would be the southwest corner of Roosevelt and Broadway. I just want to state that that's going through its own process, zoning, GPA process. It's on its own track, and if it were to continue to be contemplated, it would come before you guys and then go to council on its own. It's not part of what we're here discussing tonight. I would also state that if a similar project were to come forward in the future, this particular thing would take away the general plan amendment portion of a similar project. So that's all I want to be clear.
Just to clarify, that application is, we have an active application, but there hasn't been any hearing on it yet. So just to clarify.
I would like to clarify that currently the city is working on a landscape project on Alameda that's been going through numerous public hearings and planning, and they're starting construction sometime in January, and it'll go all the way on Alameda. It's going to cross the I-10. It's going to include bike lanes and a bridge, a bridge across I-10. Part of what we were looking at when we started this project was talking about Broadway Road, the corridor itself, and we recognize that there are a lot of, let's say, gaps in the smile on Broadway Road. So the committee is working further to see how can we do some road improvements along Broadway as well to complete, as was mentioned, the sidewalks, crossing, landscaping, everything. So we're hoping to come back at a later time in a public forum with some planning to talk about that.
Okay. Anything? Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Schwartz.
We heard a comment about density and heights. I don't read anything about heights necessarily in this text amendment. Am I correct in hearing that, in reading that? There are no height changes?
There are no height changes because there are no zoning changes with this particular proposal. A height change would come with a zoning proposal, which would come through the zoning process, which you guys would see.
Okay. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'll chip in. I think that this is brilliant. People are going to be showing up in the valley. There will be growth, and this is a good place for some of that growth to show up. The area has not been as brisk and progressive as maybe it could be, and I think this opens doors for more interesting things to come in, more uses for it to get better utilized. Instead of having a void and other things are becoming perhaps excessively dense, some of that activity can be well distributed in here. Other thoughts and motions? Are we ready to make a motion? Please, Commissioner Lloyd.
Just to echo that a little bit, and I think it falls well within the Economic Development Office to give you guys just another, feather in your quiver, is that how it goes? To go out there and give another reason to attract more businesses to Tempe, especially in an area that's, struggling at the moment. And I think, if you just look at some of the cool, like having Four Peaks in that neighborhood and things like that, if we can repeat it, have it be more of a destination. We're not the body that governs funding, but I certainly share Karen Adams' concerns about, traffic flows and where do people go when they get out of here, and do they go through neighborhoods. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that I like this idea, but certainly want it to be a holistic approach, especially as it relates to traffic control.
Commissioner Saunders.
Completely agree with both comments. Thanks very much. And I would just encourage staff and the team to look at this as a warm-up for a little county island just north of 202.
Okay, how about a motion? Or at least a passionate comment.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve PL 190115, Broadway Industrial Hub.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion to approve from Commissioner Sumner, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
I believe it's a feather in your cap, an arrow in your quiver.
Correct.
It's late.
For the record. Let's get that straight in the record. Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. All right, folks. Here it is. This is the main event. This is for all the money. Mr. Adhikara.
Members of the Commission, Ryan LeVake, Deputy Community Development Director of Planning. And then we have MB Gadakari here with me, as well as Robbie Aaron. So what we prepared to do tonight was a chance to go over and respond to the comments we received since our first hearing and comments that we received also during the intermission of first hearing and second hearing for this case. So we have a presentation, albeit brief, to go over some of the highlights of the topics of changes. In your packet, you also received highlighted changes, noting some areas of code text amendments in the urban code and urban core master plan. We've also been diligent on working on additional changes as we've received more comments that came in after the publication of this agenda item. You're also here tonight to hear more public testimony and comments from it. So we're welcome to have and continue this discussion. We realize we're in the 5th hour of the meeting tonight. So we'll try to keep brief and succinct, but we'll also want to explain some of our changes that we're bringing forward to you all. We recognize, too, that we have a City Council hearing schedule. Those dates are September 26th and October 17th. Due to the timing of the night, we are open to the idea, if need be, if the Commission so feels so, to continue this case to the September 10th meeting. What we want to do is be able to discuss and go over some of the comments and be able to justify some of the reasons or explanation for these changes, but we feel that we've got a good basis for the Urban Code Master Plan and the Urban Code Zoning District. They'll help bring this project forward to fruition.
Good evening, Chair and the Commission members. My name is Ambika Adhikari, Principal Planner. And because we went over quite a bit of detail on August 13th, what I will do is I will only do basic changes that have been made since then. But I do want to reemphasize one more time that we are working on this project the last 20 months. And after this, actually, we do have a work study session of the council tomorrow. And then we go to the council on September 26th and also the October 17th. 3 areas, like Ryan mentioned, the urban core area master plan is going to be a policy level plan to be adopted by resolution. It basically delineates recommended locations. That's all it does for future implementation of those heights within the plan. The second one is the transportation overlay district, which now we call urban core district because the transportation overlay district remains as it is. And the urban core district, as Ryan mentioned, is going to be an opt-in, a new section, and a new chapter in the zoning and development code. The third item in front of you is the general plan amendment, gets adopted by resolution, basically to support the visions of the 2 plans. The underlines that I have made on the text amendment is the last time we took the text amendment not into this but only into the Makers District because it becomes citywide once it is adopted. But some people are not very clear, so we put it here also. So that text amendment is here for clarity. This is only for the new members. That is the boundary, 6.15 square miles, 101, 202 Hardy and rail lines. And the updated TOD, I'll begin to call it now Urban Core District from here on. This is the existing TOD, which will remain in the book, which will remain in effect. This is the map of the Urban Core District. We made some minor changes. The UC5 from 60 feet, we brought it down to 55 feet in consultation with one of the commission members and some other people also. So there are basically 7 districts. I described it last time. Everything else remains the same, except that change. Oh, yeah, and then we added, I don't know, how do I do the
Which one? The light?
Yeah, the laser. Is this the one?
I think that one.
This one? No.
I didn't see any. Maybe that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we added this as part of the UC4 district. This was a little bit of a, we had shown it as general plan, but in this map it was missing. Just to make it easier, this is once again the heights on those 7 districts and the densities that correspond. That portion was 60, now it is changed to 55 to bring it in conformance with other, like the Gracie's building and other buildings which are very similar. The Urban Core Master Plan. This is just a snapshot of the last 20 months of public meetings and hearings that we've been doing. No need to go through them, but just to let you know that we had gone through a lot of public hearing and consultations. And based on that, this is the Urban Core Master Plan heights. Once again, policy recommendations on how that growth that we talked about last time is going to be accommodated in different locations. And there are a series of heights all the way from 35 feet next to the communities to 250 feet plus in downtown and in the terrace area.
So just real quickly, I just wanted to explain that this is a policy map. It's a projection of potential heights, but it doesn't match or mirror the height standards that are identified in the zoning district, the UC 1 through 7. These are heights that are either match or above those heights in certain areas. When we get through the second phase of this process, developing development bonus programs, there'll be eligibility through a public hearing process to seek those additional heights by providing additional public benefits as part of those projects, which include historic preservation, affordable housing, sustainability, and public plaza and amenities.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
but that'll happen at a separate phase with this project.
Right. So these are advisory. People will have to seek the heights one by one on a case-by-case basis. It goes through an entire rezoning process, comes to you, and comes to everyone. But this gives you a vision on where the heights can occur. The general plan amendment, basically to support the visions of those two plans. And the only change is we put the mixed-use industrial category in the packet, the same one that is also in the Makers District. That's the part of the text amendment. Initially, we had shown the increased amount of mixed uses and high densities in the maps, but this is a small text amendment because the mixed-use industrial would also apply not only to the Makers District, but also to the Smith Hub that is within the urban core. So here is the proposed land use changes that the general plan would need in order to accommodate the growth that we're showing in the urban core district and also the urban core master plan. These purple lines basically indicate the areas where the changes are being requested. And also the circles are some minor changes that have happened since we sent you the packet on Friday. In response to some of the comments that we received, there were some minor technical errors that we had to address. And so these are the areas. This is the Smith Hub. Those blue lines are the same lines, the mixed use / industrial that we talked about at the Tempe Makers District. And rest of it, we went in detail last time. If there are questions, we can go back to this again.
So a lot of the influence of this mixed-use land use designation change has to do with some of the UC districts, UC 4, UC 5, and UC 3. They all are introducing mixed use, both residential or commercial on the project sites. So it was appropriate that we designate that mixed use, that it could have either have both or one or the other of the land uses in those locations.
Can I ask a question? Just because I'd like to have it answered for somebody else who's probably thinking it. Does a mixed-use designation mean it's required for every project to be several different uses?
It's not, no. We're only requiring the mixed-use designation in the UC 1, 2, and 3 zones. The UC 4 and 5 is more of a flexible category.
Thank you.
So those zones are required?
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 has a percentage of frontage requirements. In UC 1 and 2, 60%, and UC 3 is proposing 20% of the ground floor.
And
UC 4 and 5.
Places where
right.
Yeah. It's not just big blocks of city that are part of that.
The 4 and 5, which is more typically off of the arterial, has the ability to create the ground floor activation street designs, but doesn't require the prescriptive land uses on the ground floor.
This is 4, this is 5, this is 6.
And then UC6 still remains a residential category only, and then UC7, of course, is just design standards.
Okay, so that was the projected land use. The next one is the projected residential density. Once again, this is to support the vision of those additional heights and densities in the urban core district. And also, if people apply for the urban core master plan heights, they don't have to go through a general plan amendment process. So this is kind of making it easy to support the vision that we're putting in the plan right now. And the circles that you see, some minor changes since we sent you the document, but otherwise the document remains the same as you saw last time. Just coming back on how all this thing is going to be implemented. So there's a lot of confusion. People ask us, people have called us, and also people have compared the urban core district, which is a zoning new district, and also the urban core master plan. And sometimes they think there are inconsistencies. They are not the same. They are not the same. The urban core district is a regulatory document that you can opt in. And once you opt in, all the heights and densities by right, because it's a part of the code. It's a new district that is being created. The urban core master plan, of course, only delineates the areas where you can apply for new heights. You have to go through a PAD or development agreement, bonus program, and has to go all the way to the council. So it's a complete rezoning process. And that's why these heights in the urban core master plans are not by right, but they give you an idea on how the growth will be better accommodated rather than just one at a time that all of you have to deal with. So in summary, this is like a very schematic bubble diagram. You have a base zoning, which is underlying zoning, and that allows you certain right in terms of heights and density. Then if you opt in to the urban core district, then usually those heights are higher, significantly higher, because that's what we want to do to support the transit. And then there's a base urban core district height, which is in front of you right now, that people can build once they opt in. Beyond that, the bonus program that we're working on will be available. We don't know the exact nature of that, but we know that there are going to be 4 elements. There are going to be sustainability elements, historic preservation element, affordable housing element, and public amenities and public improvement. So there will be additional height that people can obtain height and density in lieu of providing those public benefits. So that's that line, urban core district per bonus. Beyond that, the urban core master plan heights are higher, but those urban core master plan heights, people will have to make a different application, complete different application. Here, it's basically once you opt in, you are rezoned. Your old zoning and the TOD overlays goes away, and you are rezoned into the new district, and you can build by right. All you do is come to a development review, plan review through the DRC and public process. And even the once the bonus is approved, that bonus is also going to be basically administrative in terms of calculation, but we'll bring it to the DRC for the final approval for the shape and size. But you don't have to go through a rezoning process. Beyond that is that rezoning PAD or the development agreement process, a little uncertain, a longer time, and people only make that decision if they don't get the type of height that they already get it much more easily. So those are the different layers, just to clarify the heights. And so we've been working with the consultants on a separate track. We actually had a stakeholder meeting last week. There's a lot of interest on that development bonus program, and we will do that through a text amendment. We'll come to DRC, we'll go to the council, we'll do the public consultation and everything so that it's all open. It'll be black and white, as little discretion as possible, something like what Phoenix has done. You gain so many points, you get so much density and height. So that's the kind of thing that they will be crafting, still to be done. And we want to do it right because we don't want it to be gifted to the developers, but we also want to make it attractive enough that people opt in because it's like voluntary thing. And the urban core district text revisions that we just talked about are land use categories, the heights. We changed the height. We changed some of the land uses. We're going to be adding the conformance option. The one that you see I have underlined are the new elements. Added the exemptions for historic preservation and historic properties, and some clarifications on the types of the gathering spaces and public spaces. The map boundary, I showed that small dotted line. That's a minor change. And then on the general plan amendment maps, we showed you some of the circles, some minor change, a work in progress. The adoption process now, after this, because we can do that major general plan amendment only once a year in October in Tempe, we have timed everything to take it to October 17th meeting for the second hearing. And those urban core master plan, if everything goes right, will be adopted by resolution. So would be the general plan amendment. And the urban core district will be obviously by ordinance. We go tomorrow to the council work study session, then September 26th and October 17th to the council.
So we're here at your discretion. We can go through any specific questions or the details we have in the report. We also have a large number of people probably here wanting to speak on this item, so we're welcome to follow up afterwards after the public comments as well.
Okay. Questions now? All right. Thank you. Let's do those public comments. This is what you guys are here for, right? I have Mr. Joe Nucci. Still here?
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Joe Nucci, and I live at 1220 South Maple Avenue in the historic Maple Ash neighborhood. I've worked with the city for 26 years, retired in 2014, and now I volunteer, as you do, on the Tempe Historic Preservation Commission. So if this goes through, we'll be working more closely together, perhaps. I certainly appreciate how hard you work, and also, in all sincerity, the value of what you contribute to the city of Tempe. So I'm here with a simple request, and I respectfully request a continuance of item 12, the Urban Core Master Plan, to allow staff to coordinate the various elements proposed for adoption and to integrate the historic preservation components contained in those documents more thoroughly and more completely, so that we're not showing something in one place and then it doesn't show up again. In the maps here, if staff would indulge me to put me back to the one that shows the Heritage Core, which you're calling the Heritage Core. That's close to that. Back a few more. Yes, there it is in the far right bottom, the Heritage Core. We're excited. I should mention that I also serve on the Tempe Historic Preservation Foundation, which is a private nonprofit corporation formed to assist the city of Tempe in its preservation pursuits by outreach and marketing and fundraising and advocacy. So the foundation formed a subcommittee, and we worked very, very closely with Community Development Department staff and the City Manager's Office staff, and we're excited. We think that we've got recognition for what a lot of us fondly think of as the golden goose in downtown. The authenticity, the genuine article, one of the form givers and placemakers that define the Mill Avenue core, the historic properties that are down there. There's a cluster of them, precious and few. They're encroached on all the time. They're overwhelmed by development at full city block scale, much larger scale. But there remains that persists in our urban core today. This little area from 4th Street down to 6th Street, where we have enough of a concentration of original historic properties that it can still give you a sense of what has distinguished Tempe all the way back since the flour mill was the big draw for everything in this section of the county for over 100 years. So I'm really asking just for your indulgence. We want to make sure that we go through with great deliberateness. It's a high-stakes game. Once we make changes, we'll never reverse them. We'll never down-zone someone's property, as you know, although we may be doing that when it comes to industrial and residential. I don't know. We're not intending to do that, but...
Mr. Nucci, can you please wrap up?
We know that we can go just incrementally, and we're hoping that you'll allow us a little more opportunity to take what we've gained so far, the recognition that I think you all agree that downtown well deserves in the historic core, which is being called the heritage core in this document, and integrate that specifically into the urban code district, Part 5A, in the tables dealing with heights in that document, but also in the general plan resolution or the general plan amendment that's being proposed tonight. So I think that's probably my 30 cents worth or my 3-minute time frame, but I would like to call everyone's attention to a letter that came to the planners on Sunday.
Hang on. You gotta wrap it up. We can't. Don't start a new letter, please.
All right. I just want to make sure that this is in your packet. I believe it's been passed on to you from Stu Seifer. He was the subcommittee chair, and he points out if you don't have this, then you don't have all the information that we'd like you to be considering this evening. But rifle through there, Seifer sent something dated 8/25/19, and there are 6 specific items of interest that are yet to be resolved or coordinated between planning and preservation.
Thank you, Mr. Nucci.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, I have Sam Thiele or Thiele. I don't know, guessing at that. Yep.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. I am a student at ASU. I work for the city of Tempe, and I'm a longtime resident. I wanted to voice my support for the Urban Core Master Plan. I think that it is one of the only ways that the city of Tempe can improve and expand, because it's going, the population and growth is imminent. It's not going to stop. So I think that this gives a unique opportunity to sort of shape the way that we allow people to come in, and it expands on the things that I love about Tempe, because I love this town. It's such a great city. And I want to share that with people, and I think that this gives the opportunity to share Tempe with more people. So that's my 2 cents.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your enthusiasm. All right, Catherine Mancini.
Hi, still awake. My name is Catherine Mancini. I've lived in Tempe since 1968, and I would just like to request for the Commission to consider a continuance on this matter as well, in light of some of the things that are unresolved. And one in my mind is that affordable housing and affordability in housing are very new to this project, and I still haven't understood, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this, on how those elements are going to work into the plan. The second reason I would ask for a continuance on this project is we do not really have knowledge on what ASU Novus is going to be looking like in the end. I've been asking, and I get bits and pieces. I do know where some of the higher buildings are going to be along the water area, but because we don't have that piece of the puzzle, I think, and we don't have control over that piece of the puzzle, I think that we should wait until we see what unfolds with Novus, and then work within those constraints and something that would fit into that project as well. I'm also opposed to 90 feet in the downtown area, and that height to me is not conducive to our city of Tempe. And also, finally, I'm not on board with understanding this plan. I've asked several times and I still haven't wrapped my head around what exactly is existing in the zoning and what we are changing it to. All I'm seeing on these maps is this is what we're changing it to, this is what we're changing it to, and it becoming more and more complex, and I think that needs to be more simple for residents to understand. Thank you.
Karen Gitlis.
Giving you comments, and I have a couple of copies because I can't possibly say what I would like to say in the time allowed. And those are some of my concerns. As a member of the Tempe Historic Preservation Foundation, I am very pleased to say that I have had a really positive experience working with Joe and Karen and on Stu Seifer's team to put together a package of for historic preservation. So we have that as part of the plan. This has been a positive experience, and I have really appreciated the city's sincerity in their response to our concerns. In responding to the Urban Core Master Plan and the Urban Code District and the Transportation Overlay District, I will speak for my husband and I as residents of the Urban Core area as defined. I also speak for the Maple Ash Neighborhood Association. I don't believe that we can begin to integrate this package with the material we have and the time, the window we have left, mid-October. It does not seem to be possible. I request that you reject the two remaining components of this plan in favor of moving forward with citizen involvement intrinsic in the general planning process. This plan is a mess, and it is not fair to try to push it through that October window that needs to be met by statute. There are far too many changes here to the current general plan to make without the citizenry who initially approved this plan voting on it again. This plan is, I said that already, the plan is simply not ready. It is not realistic to keep pushing this. I fear the unintended consequences we might see if this incomplete and riddled with errors plan is implemented. I have given you these copies of additional comments. Regrettably, it's a bit late for that, and I'm sorry. Do you think that the City Council will be ready to go forward with this plan in its present state of confusion, error, and contradiction if you do approve it? This plan is detested by many of the residents who live here and have spent hours and hours of our time working on a general plan as well as other plans. The plan makes a PAD look like a child's sandbox. It is far too complex, it has too many working parts, it has no transparency, and it isn't finished yet. It is up to the developer and the city staff to reach agreement through negotiation, once that's figured out, which might not be a bad idea if there were character area advisory boards for development oversight, but there are not. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm thinking about affordable housing, and I am asking you, there are just too many issues with traffic and infrastructure strain to put this plan into place, especially with ASU Nova's plans and COT staff intent on allowing this 90-foot height in Mill Avenue. We are looking at changes that will make growth unsustainable and life of a lot lower quality in Tempe, especially in the urban core. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Deborah Zajac.
Okay. From the last meeting, I'm glad that there's commissioners who are looking into some of the details and finer points of this plan. My biggest concern has to do with the implementation. I know from the previous general plan that what is stated in the plan is not always what is actually enforced or implied with the developers. I mentioned last time, when we upped it from 35 to 65, they immediately come in with projects at 105. I think when the original consultants were hired and they came up with an idea and standards, and I think that's kind of good to have intelligent design, but all of a sudden at the last minute we've got to come up with this bonus program, because I thought there were going to be standards that the developers would live up to, and that's not what's happening. With the incorporation of these bonus programs, we're going back to the same thing we had with the old general plan, where it's parcel by parcel negotiations. And I would really like to see, and this isn't done yet, is some formula for how these bonuses will be awarded. And that hasn't been worked out. It's just at the last minute. Consultants weren't hired until June to be able to figure that out. And I think that's important. What we have seen in previous developments is, if I'm being generous, cronyism. If I'm not being generous, there's another C word, like with the Farmer Arts Project, that I'm afraid that this will just encourage that again. It's not going to be anything that's going to be beneficial. And it's also going to be the second time this year where something that the residents and citizens of Tempe have voted on that is being changed by 7 people. So I would really like something this not be approved in its current form, that we need to, there's a lot of things that need to be worked out before it gets approved. That's my point. Thank you. And I do think the staff is really working hard. I'm not blaming the staff. I don't know where the direction is coming to do that, but I think they're working their butts off. So.
Okay, thank you. Sam Hanna.
I'd just like to summarize a letter that was forwarded on to you from Ryan. Maybe you have that. And so I'm just requesting that we get excluded from the CRA. We're on the northeast corner of Apache and Price, 4.5 acres. And there's an artificial boundary that cuts east and west through the property. The south half is high density, the north half is CRA. It doesn't make any sense, and we'd like that moved to MacArthur. MacArthur is a more physical, transitional boundary rather than that artificial that cuts east and west, and that also matches the north border of the urban core district. And that helps to make that property more efficient and uniform development, and that's what we're asking for. Thank you. It's their common ownership, and all of the owners have a vision, common vision. So we'd like to develop a uniform property that makes more of an efficient way to develop the property.
Okay, thank you. John Christoph.
Good evening again. You've heard from me once already this evening, but this is the thing I'm actually here to talk about. As I mentioned previously, my name is John Kristoff. I am a researcher at Arizona State University in the School of Earth and Space Exploration. My expertise is in geoscience, planetary science, and materials engineering. And I emphasize that expertise because I want to talk about this from a standpoint of my technical credentials and expertise, which is sustainability. So there's something that I think has gotten lost in a lot of the discussion about the Urban Core Master Plan in the myriad meetings I have been to about this issue, which is simply that the suburban built environment that Tempe has developed over the last half century or so is fundamentally unsustainable. The energy consumption per capita and correspondingly CO2 emissions per capita of a single-family house are 2 to 4 times that of a multifamily, mixed-use, high-density structure. And that comes from 2 sources. Not only does being closer to everything you're doing, whether that's work or leisure, mean you have to travel less distance, but it also means that you can live in a built environment where you're not traveling exclusively by car, the least efficient mode of transportation that has ever been devised by humans. Moreover, the building itself becomes more efficient for some physics reasons I can explain later, but basically because you have more people in the same structure, the load on the structure per capita is decreased. So what that means is that plans like the Urban Core Master Plan are essential to a future for our species if we want to achieve decarbonization by 2050, which is the goal we have to meet to keep global temperatures below 2 degrees centigrade. If we exceed that cap, the consequences for our environment will be unspeakably dire. The only previous time in human history when there's ever been a net decrease in human population was the Black Death in the 1300s. And you may have heard a certain gentleman behind me express that there is bubonic plague in our cities now in the West Coast or something. You're going to see a lot worse than that die off in the 1300s if we don't keep it to 2 degrees centigrade. So even as much as there have been concerns expressed tonight, not only in this particular issue, but every issue on the docket this evening about density, about the amount of traffic in our corridors, about the character of our neighborhoods, all of that has to be secondary to making sure there is still a Tempe in 100 years. It's all very well and good for someone to say they have lived here since 1950. I'm going to be living here in 2050 most likely. My grandkids will be living here in 2150 if we can have that be a thing. And for us to be shoving that responsibility aside is extremely irresponsible. The Urban Core Master Plan allows Tempe to accommodate its projected population growth in a sustainable way. If we're going to decarbonize by 2050, 10 years after it's supposed to be fully implemented, we're going to need to do a lot more than this. But it is necessary for a start. Thank you.
I think this is Dale Carpenter or Carpentier.
Get 14 up there, please. Okay, 13. Let's start with 13. I live in the Hudson Manor. You all know Phil? Yep, he's there with me. We just celebrated 70 years in Hudson Manor. Now, as we see here, that's yellow. Let's go to 14. Geez, it's not yellow anymore. It's not residential.
This is density.
These are two different maps. Right. It's. Am I reading it wrong? It's called cultural resource area.
Yeah.
So we went from residential to cultural resource area. Okay. So I'm just saying, we have small neighborhoods within this area, this corridor right here. And if the city or the master plan doesn't want residential people, tell us now. Because I don't want 5-6 years from now when ASU developer / education comes in and says eminent domain and takes us over. I don't want to be surprised. We still haven't.
Jump in. I think you're misunderstanding what's going on here. The intent doesn't say we're getting people out of here at all.
I'm not saying it's saying that. I'm just, if you look at what's being presented, that's what it appears. That's the way it appears to me, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. But as a resident of an area that has survived 70 years in Tempe, we still don't have any protections for our residential areas. We have everything building up around them, but there's no protections. And I would like to see borders around protecting, if that's what they want, if that's what the council wants, if that's what the city wants, if that's what you guys want. If you want to keep residents there, then we have to implement some protections. If you don't want the residents there, and I'm not saying you do and you don't, but I'm just saying if it's decided that, you know what, we need this land so that we become more sustainable, then tell us now so we can plan. Because I don't want to be blindsided. All right?
Okay, thank you. Wendy Riddell.
Of the commission, Wendy Riddell with the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. I will start by telling you we really appreciate all of the changes that staff has made and been working with us on very short order on these documents. We have no opposition to the general plan amendment map, that moving forward immediately. My one concern would be the UCD map. So we would request, if I could pass out here, be clear, nothing I'm handing out should surprise staff at all, because they've heard this from me. But we would ask that the map be modified at Rural University, like I am showing to you. I will point to the Urban Core Master Plan language. It says the tallest buildings will be located where there is the best transit access, where there are existing amenities, and where existing nearby taller structures provide a context for height. This includes downtown, and where University Drive, Rural Road, and Terrace Road converge. So we think that some additional height here is appropriate. The text of the UCD overlay district, I think, as I've mentioned, there have been pretty significant improvements working with staff. We appreciate that. There's some additional cleanup that we think still needs to occur, but we're confident that continuing to work with staff, that can be accomplished. These things include removing the minimum height from UC1. I don't think that's a great plan, and I think that at least without better definitions, it's going to be challenging to enforce and really not appropriate in all contexts. We would also suggest the sort of detailed parking structure requirements that are being asked for in UC1, that those as well, I think they're somewhat antithetical to the objective of trying to bring in office and trying to bring in some successful users down to UC1 with those parking structure requirements. And then just continuing to clean up some of the definitions. They added a section about the number of bedrooms per dwelling unit. I think we understand what they're trying to accomplish, but without some better definitions, I think that could be badly misconstrued. So all of those are things we think we could work out. I would suggest to you the Urban Core Master Plan. We're generally very supportive. I think it's a very good document. But perhaps one way to sort of bridge some of the unease that you've heard is to hold that back, allow some cleanup with that when these density programs are coming forward, that all of that is brought forward together. Because, for example, the Urban Core Master Plan still refers to the old TOD and doesn't even refer to the more current document. So I think that would be one I would suggest if there's any kind of delay, that there should be a brief delay with that. Happy to answer any questions. I know I've talked very fast because it's very late.
Timing's very good. Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Marianne Green.
Hi, I'm Marianne Green, and I live on 5th Street between Roosevelt and Wilson, and I am very much in support of this document. I also would encourage that you extend mixed use down 5th Street. It's a very, very busy street going into downtown Tempe with very few residents that live on that street. But once again, I'm in support of it, and I think it's both progressive and very responsible to sustain population growth.
Okay, very succinct. Thank you. Eduardo Yates.
I wanted to say I strongly support the Historic Preservation Foundation's recommendations, including those for Old Town Square. I just got a little approval, or
yeah, they have a conservation.
Yeah, that Old Town Square will be in a conservation area. I'm very relieved about that. By the way, I've always said I'd like to preserve and protect our neighborhoods. They may not be efficient, but I think we should protect and preserve our older neighborhoods. Some people still like to live in single-family homes, and these homes are now affordable. If we change the zoning, it seems like developers will be coming in and wanting to do what they've done so much already in Sunset, where even the single-family homes that are left are being torn down and apartments are being built. I'm also very worried about the affordability of these apartments. And there was an article in the Republic recently, maybe some of you saw that. It says, "What goes up stays up." And that, this was in August 18th, Sunday, August 18th. New apartments keep going up across Metro Phoenix, and so do rents. The combination leaves lots of renters feeling down. And interestingly, it's Tempe has about, it mentions a breakdown of average rents by city from Phoenix, ABI multifamily compared with last year. Okay, by the way, Phoenix is up 9%, but we see that the highest starting point, we're second only to Scottsdale. Our rents are $13.63, and Scottsdale's are $14.93. And you see things in very frequently how even teachers can't afford some of these rents. We have 1 in 5 people, or at least children, not getting enough to eat. And if some people are having to choose between rent and getting enough food to eat. And here we keep building these high, very expensive apartments, and we're at the mercy of landlords. There's no rent controls. They can make the rents as high as they want. They can even evict you. And so anyway, by the way, Old Town Square, the house closest to Macayo's was my great-grandparents' house. That's the Wolf family. And 2 of the others of this rusticated concrete block were built by my great-grandfather and his partner, Meyer. And I'm so pleased that somehow they got put there, and it would be very ironic if they disappeared again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Christy Kimball. Oh, I'm sorry. You wish this to be read. Is that right? Okay. Please do not implement this plan. There is still so much work to be done on this. All right. That was less than 3 minutes just there. Anyone else? I knew there would be. Yeah, we really don't have a...
I think I also sent it to staff members. My name's Todd Green, and I just, I think we also might have sent this, but it's just a proposed map change. We hope to be able to project it, but basically just support this project. I really appreciate the gentleman who spoke about climate change, kind of laying out the importance of the facts from a scientific point of view. I also live with Mary Ann Green on 5th Street area, and for 30 years, I've had small businesses in my house when I was in my 20s, and I think a majority of and I could say this, whatever we need to do to show this consensus and input, that when you look at 5th Street, all of the property owners really seem to be saying this is a natural corridor for development and density, that this is exactly the kind of area where this gentleman about climate change was talking about. Tonight we saw, some proposals for co-workspace and a lot of creative solutions. And a lot of those ideas came from cities like Wisconsin and Chicago. Even the food court, they were talking about these great restaurants and ideas from other cities and other places. We just want to have a balance. We started the evening talking about some of the challenges of over-designing commercial spaces, of what happens that, maybe we're looking at the other end of the spectrum, and what we're missing is the full fabric that causes successful entrepreneurship and a successful type of blending that we saw this evening for the co-workspaces. And I guess what I'd mean by that is we need these type of incubator spaces. We need the other end of commercial activities. We need the next House of Tricks. We need the next cartel coffee shop. I know a lot of times after the recession of 2008, there was kind of a backlash against development and against the rich. And I've seen people try to propose, big buildings in our area, and those meetings take place in comic book shops. They take place in little businesses. So I think if we sort of piece together a lot of the things that were said this evening, it's terrible that a gentleman lost a friend in a wheelchair. Those are in planned communities. Those are in developed, designed residential areas. This part of 5th Street, we border, this UC6, UC5 areas. We're not in one of those kinds of areas. We're not in a planned subdivision. We're in a neighborhood where what makes it a neighborhood is that residences know each other. That's going to take place in high density and low density. And we need the types of businesses, we need more mixed use. So just in summary, I've given a map, and we hope that we can also get the right kind of input with council and other influencers that there's just been a mistake. I mean, the Riverside area is not about being all single-family residential. There's more single-family residential homes on 5th Street in the last 30 years waiting for this than there are 4 or 5 single-family residences opposing it. And additionally, Riverside is very unique from Maple Ash or from Farmer, all these other near downtown Tempe neighborhoods. We've already preserved our single-family area. We have Borden homes, we have one cul-de-sac, we have the Centennial homes, and we've already preserved it. So I just want to wrap up the fact that, just to point out a couple of the key differences for the Riverside area. We want the mixed use. We're real close to the density. We want 5th Street to be a corridor. We've already preserved our neighborhood, and we've just been mistakenly categorized as being part of some of these other challenges in residential or single-family areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, folks, last chance. Anyone else? Yeah.
Yep, and then if you can do a card when you have a second.
Okay, yeah. My name is Daniel Rubio. I'm a student at ASU and a longtime resident of Tempe. I just want to rise and support this plan. I think density, mixed use, that's the way to go. I mean, when it comes to, we've heard about the affordable housing and stuff like that. We know this is kind of a matter of supply and demand. If you are allowed to build more housing, it brings down the price as you increase supply to meet demand. It's also more sustainable, as was mentioned before. And frankly, I think, while I support this plan, I think I would go further with height and density, but I think this is a step in the right direction for a stronger and more sustainable Tempe. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, folks, I'm going to close the public comment. You did it. You made it. All right, Mr. Adhikari, Mr. Levesque, take us home.
Well, members of the commission, we heard a lot of good public comments, both proponents for it, both levels of opposition, concern for the wording and language in the project. I know this is a monumental task, but we are creating a guiding policy document to help envision what we want this city to be when it grows up. The zoning district standards are very typical in identifying lot coverage, height, setbacks, parking standards, all the elements, aspects of a development project process. I know a lot of these areas is a huge undertaking to evaluate. We started off considering a TOD overlay project, and this formed into a new zoning district, and it wasn't an overlay, it was now an opt-in. So now we're faced with the fact that this won't be imposed on the properties, but we have to seek permission from the property owner to affect this new zoning category. So with that, we want to make sure that there's both carrots and sticks in the plan to be effectively enforce the standards that we want to see out of these projects locations, but also want an incentive to make sure that people want to opt into this project, into the zoning districts, UC1 through UC7. If I could quickly go over some of the public comments, we did create a new historic preservation page in the Urban Core Master Plan. It's 2 pages. It defines this heritage core from 3rd Street, including Casa Loma, down to 6th Street, recognizing the historic elements within that area. And I think it was very important to connect the piece of the older part of downtown that has most of the historic properties in that area, but also to recognize that the urban code district, although it has this zoning designation over these historic and historic eligible properties, the code currently exempts these properties from opting into the zoning district. So by that effect, you can't apply this new code district to those property locations. Now, we've heard some comments that concerns that maybe 90 feet is too tall in some of the areas. Specifically in the UC2, we have a proposal up to 90 feet. Some of these properties already have by right in the Transportation Overlay District, if they do a mixed-use project, to have 100 feet by right. We're trying to incorporate the standards with the step-back provisions of 20 feet, respecting the Mill Avenue historic heights, and then being able to build within those confined spaces. The 90 feet for the remaining part of the downtown is important because we're trying to get to a higher construction type 1A. And so getting above that 90-foot height, it's not the end-all be-all of stick frame construction, but we're trying to get higher to the heights to evoke those materialities in the projects that we see, like you had tonight, the high-low project. Projects that want to go above the 90-foot height to get those quality construction types that we're seeing. But the projects that we're seeing mostly are around 250 to 220 feet in height, much higher than these heights. And that will still require a council process to go and get those additional heights. It was important to identify that there is a significant component of development bonus program, but we're doing that at a later phase. So we wanted to introduce those elements to it, but we'll have to come back to this commission. We'll have to come back to council and vet that language and that process. So it was important that we did this in a 2-step process. Not that we were going to have everything all together all at once, but we wanted to make sure that we identified what the by right standards were with the urban code district, and then later come back to you all and talk about the development bonus program that would be forthcoming. We also have comments about errors and confusions. Those that actually had taken the time to evaluate the text, provide us substantive comments on clarifications or corrections. A lot of time it's been clarification and not understanding what one code requirement does to another, but we've been able to incorporate some of those clarifying elements into the plans, and we'll continue to do so through the council process if needed. I think it's also important to identify that the cultural resource area is brought up on a various couple different components. We purposely intended to avoid evoking any density changes in the cultural resource area. That designation has identified that the underlying zoning district's density is the most appropriate for that district, meaning that any density change above that would trigger a general plan map amendment. We were careful to not affect those locations in this area, albeit some properties were multifamily zoned. Some also, majority are in single family area. The site over on Apache to the easternmost portion of the city is a Victory Acres neighborhood. That cultural resource area designation came away by the residents when we adopted the general plan 2030 plan. They actually came to the public hearing city council wanting this designation because they felt it was important to recognize this subdivision in that location. So the council had adopted that portion of that neighborhood. To this date, we have not yet had any properties request that has sought and changed the cultural resource area designation today. So we haven't had any general plan amendments for those specific areas. In recognizing the sensitivity to those locations because of the post-historic subdivisions in those locations, we wanted to make sure that we had the good mix of both new urban development and preservation in mind. We talked about sustainability tonight. We talked about residents that have been here for 75 years but no protection. I think being here 75 years is a pretty good protection. We appreciate the changes. We're here in support for the changes we identify here. We recognize that there are some areas where maybe people want to go a little bit higher and a little more density. We're willing to have you debate and consider what those requests are, but we had to try to find a right balance between not going too high and not maintaining the base standard, which is what we're seeing today getting amended every day. A lot of times we're having to face with just the PAD one-off requests. This new district is intended to not create one-offs, to establish a baseline of the zoning district. We can talk about what the development bonus program will yield, but right now what we're looking for you guys to take action on in terms of a recommendation is the base district standards for the urban code district. And with that, I'll open up for any questions you may have about the specifics of the plans. One more point of clarification. The city council meeting dates that we're targeting for September and October are critical for only the general plan element component. We want to take all these elements together, but we need to get to the city council meetings in September and October for the council to decide whether or not they want to take action. They don't have to take action, but we need to get it to council on the first hearing in September and second hearing in October. They can very well decide to vote on one, two, or all of the items, but we need to get to council on the October 17th to take an action. The action could be continuance, it could be approval. The key element for that is the major general plan element. By our statutes, the city was required to designate 1 month out of the year for major general plan elements, and that October is that month for council.
Respond to the request for continuance by saying, let's get to city council where that can be evaluated proper, but it's our job to get this thing as done as we can and get it under their noses. Is that about right?
Our job is to make sure that we've got everything right and evaluated. We want to get it on the city council September and October meeting, but we do have a third hearing if need be for this commission to further evaluate these changes.
Okay. Commission, questions?
one member of the public came and spoke specifically about a piece of property that's in discussion for development. It's got that Victory Acre piece of cultural resource area that they wanted to move the boundary up, and looking at the map and an aerial, it seemed to make sense to move it up to the street that's, I don't remember what it's called, started with a W. Oh, MacArthur, that's it. How does staff feel about that? Did that make sense, that request, or is there a reason?
Just that the staff didn't want to bring forward a request to change a cultural resource area designation. We're fine if we get a recommendation to make that change. We can bring it forward to council.
Because you're saying that cultural resource area has already been approved, been brought forward and vetted by council, and that's where the boundary had already been set.
We didn't want this process and the change in the properties designated along the corridor of the Transportation Overlay District. We didn't want this process to affect the density designations in the cultural resource area. But we're happy to bring forward any recommendation from this commission. Some of those properties are split zoned, meaning they've got some single family to the north and commercial CSS zoning to the south portion. So you have a split zoning already. Some of the properties are split in half, but some of them are through lots vacant.
That sounds like you're saying pre-existing condition.
Yes.
Okay. Comments, questions? More comments and questions? These microphones go in and out.
My instinct tells me that I'd like to continue this to our next meeting for a little bit more cleanup before we pass it, vote on it, and potentially pass it on to the next step, leaving the city council the same amount of time and in step with their process. However, I don't really know if that's not really creating hours in the day for staff to do cleanup. It sounds like there are members of the public who do this for a living, as well as interested parties from neighborhoods that are feeding. Hopefully they're doing it in a logical written format where they can put something in front of you that you can either explain to them or fix if it's really an error. I don't know if us continuing it gives you any more time or brings in any more good suggestions. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn, especially with the thought of hearing it one more time and having people have to come all the way out till 11 o'clock at night and do this one more time, knowing that there's still 2 council meetings.
The way I think about it is it already is effectively continued. I mean, we can throw a wrench in the works by trying to shut it down, but we cannot approve it. It's already going to go through that same process.
Well, I guess what I meant was tonight we can choose to hear this case again in our first meeting in September, which is the 10th.
In order to get additional feedback?
In order to get, because we have seen some improvements and a little bit of cleanup and a few little purple circles where things have changed, and we would hear it with maybe a few more little tweaks and have one more set of public comments before it goes to the first city council meeting. So is that helpful? Maybe. But at the end of the day, this is a process that's going to be voted on by our council in their 2 meetings, and that's what's going to decide whether it moves forward or not.
Well, for my money, I would just ask that everybody that's here and is interested would write in and say, these are specific errors or problems that I saw. Be specific. This paragraph on this page. That's the kind of feedback that's useful. Other than that, I'm not sure for me that us hearing it again is going to improve it significantly. Other thoughts? Where do you all stand?
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry, Commissioner Johnson, then we'll come to you.
Is this version the version for the urban code district that we will be voting on tonight?
Yeah, that's the copy that we provided you and sent early Friday with the additional changes in addition to the one that was published on Tuesday.
So there are additional changes in addition
Yes.
to what's been changed in here.
Correct.
And so that's my only concern, is that we don't have that version of what is actually been completed in front of us, or what the most current version is in front of us that we're voting on. I'm not that uncomfortable voting on that, because I know that this is going to council, and we are not the last stop here. The other thing that I think is a little more concerning to me, not that it's a huge concern, but it is concerning to me, the bonus structure, the bonus program. I would like a lot more information about that, and I understand that that's another process that you have to go through, but maybe timeline. I think that directly impacts, or this plan directly impacts that program, vice versa. So I think if we don't get a lot more information about what that is, what that could look like, what's proposed for that certainly City Council will need that information to make an educated decision on this.
One thing that I can add is, first of all, we've heard a lot of good things from the public, and we continue to hear. We've been making changes. This is the last 20 months of effort. So initially, there were lots of ideas that we had to kind of crystallize. And once you really put down in the document, then obviously people go into a little more detail, but we are not rushing it at all. We took our time. We've come to you several times for initial informations. Now we have actual documents in hand, so people are going into a little more detail. The bonus program, as a matter of fact, is pretty independent. Almost other cities also do it like that. What you have right now is the base UCD and the Urban Core Master Plan, which is pretty advisory, and the general plan amendment that supports these two visions, basically to improve the quality of life and streamline the development process, rather than, like Ryan said, when people come one at a time, you have to look at every proposal on its own merit and go into a lot of detail, whereas this will provide a background and a reference. There will be a plan for everyone. It will actually protect the single-family areas because we are not touching them. We are not touching the cultural resources areas. So it really gives a good vision, both for the people who want to develop in city and also for the staff and for the DRC and the council, where the policy directions are going to be. So what you will be approving, if you choose to, is the UCD basic one, which is opt-in, and the policy level advisory document of the Urban Core Master Plan. Now, the bonus program will be in addition to that, and we checked with a few other cities also. It can have its own independent track because it's pretty black and white. By the time it gets developed, it will tell you what kind of heights and density you can gain for providing what kind of public benefit. Let it go through its own hearing process. And that is actually a voluntary for the people to take it. Whether they want to take that or not is totally up to the developer. But once you have this basic document, they will know that if they want to opt in, they've got the basic heights. So in some ways, I think having the bonus program go independently on a separate route is perfectly fine because it will refer. Right now what we've done is we put a place saying that the bonus will be available here. We also checked with some of the other peer cities. They have similar situations. They've got different types of policy plans, and they say bonus will be available. And then there's a bonus section which they have adopted as a separate section in the zoning ordinance. And if people choose to apply for the bonus, then it applies back to that. So for that matter, the timing of the bonus probably should not really affect very much on the process that we're going.
One point I think to follow up, my point was that this bonus program incentivizes good behavior, sustainability, affordable housing, these things. And so there's a gap that I see moving forward with this without having that piece, where there will be a time period where that will not be available.
That's an excellent point. So right now what we're offering with the Urban Core District, for example, is a lot of really good standards. Okay, if people opt in, there will be a better quality of life, better pedestrian environment, better walkability, everything. because that's how it has been crafted. That's how we took it a lot of time. The urban core master plan, again, when people apply for heights, there are lots of, like I mentioned last time, 135 design guidelines and really good streamlined mechanism all the way from sustainability to energy and all that. Now, the bonus program will be that additional thing, incremental thing that people can apply, both in the urban core district and also in the urban core master plan. And that people will get an opportunity, the public and you will get an opportunity to see how that will be crafted. And like some people are concerned, is that going to be again negotiation one at a time? Not really. That is going to be much more, maybe 2 or 3 pages of a matrix that says you gain so many points by providing this much. And so those public goods of the historic preservation and the affordable housing and sustainability and amenities are great, but those are kind of in addition to what the good design that we already have. So I understand your point of view, but it's your pleasure, but it can pretty much go independently and we can come back to you for that text amendment. That's one possibility.
Sure. A lot of the comments that I've heard tonight, I'm not sure if they would be addressed or resolved with 1 more week or 2 more weeks. They sound like bigger issues than just that. So in some ways, that's not an option. As you say, this train is on the track, it's going to city council. So that said, I don't see any harm in coming back and providing 1 more opportunity to make comments. I would just suggest that for those who have comments, that they provide very specific feedback to Ambika and the team so that they get into the document. Because we hear some of that here tonight, and I think we've got everything in the record, but we need to make sure we've got everything addressed. And I would fully expect if we come back that there will be another map with different circles on it. And we could do that 20 more times. But at some point,
I know.
we've got to move.
Okay, so I'm hearing some discussion that sounds like continuance. If we want to hear a motion to go to, what is it, the September 6th meeting?
September 10th.
10th. Okay. We can entertain a motion for that.
If we were to, and Ryan kind of touched on this, if we were to make a motion now to vote on approving it, we can't really point to this document. We have to point to this document and amend it for other changes that have been made subsequent to this. How would we read that into the record?
You could either decide to take action on the one that's published on the website or the modified version that you have in front of you. It's your call.
And that would be sufficient for the record so that it knows what we've approved to move forward with.
Certainly.
But that by no means chisels it in stone.
No, that doesn't. That just means, as of right now, this is what we're passing on, and what City Council would get at their first meeting, or at their study session tomorrow would look different. Chances are there would be a tweak or two.
I guess for better or for worse, I don't see my role as to be the final arbiter of every dot on the I and cross T. I think that this document is going to go through some more changes still before it gets to City Council, and I view my role as to interpret the general intention and to make a judgment as to whether I think that should be pursued or not. If there are some small specifics that need a little tuning and a little tweaking, I don't know that I see it as my job to catch every single one of them before it goes on.
Would you like to see a motion? Would you like
I'd
to
love
hear
to
one?
see a motion of any
Before
variety.
midnight,
Commissioner Brown, do you?
When we can no longer do business.
A couple comments. Right now, PADs can come in and ask for anything, and they give a token, occasional gimme that makes it sound better. And what Andrew said about incentivizing good behavior. I would hope that the staff really does incentivize every applicant to really show some content, not just a few vague token things, which has become a pet peeve lately, I guess, in my brain. So right now we have the situation, if we approve this and the bonus plan is reviewed and we think it sounds pretty good, it really relies on the staff to interpret a developer's definition of open space or public amenity to make sure they really won that point. So I would encourage staff always and the DRC to be a little more critical and not be afraid to vote no. We seem to pass things that are, I think, very generous to the development community. That's sort of a general comment. Now, as far as this issue, just today some of us received an email, unsolicited email from someone who had a series of points they would like to incorporate. And I actually disagree with many of them, but this isn't the time to go through 5 details and talk about why. That, however, may be boiled out and more succinctly addressed on September 10th, because we probably won't be here for 5 hours. I'm actually not opposed at all to the continuance, with the understanding that our next hearing will probably not be 5 hours, and we may have a more succinct answer to some requests that at least one person has made be incorporated.
All right. I would like to hear a motion. Does anyone have one?
Mr. Chairman, I propose, we'll test it one way or the other and see where the wind takes us. I will propose approval of PL 190112 as amended and given to us in this packet on Friday. Is this Friday? So to be clear, not the version that was published with the agenda, with a further recommendation that staff consider moving the cultural resource boundary in the Victory area up to MacArthur at the southwesternmost portion, or the undeveloped portion of that cultural resource area.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that, acknowledging that if any member of the public has feedback, they're more than welcome to provide that feedback. It just would be, instead of to this body, be directly to City Council. I don't think it changes the timing at all.
Okay, motion to approve
It's a long second.
with, I'm not going to say the whole thing, motion to approve, et cetera, from Vice Chair DiDomenico, seconded, et cetera, by Commissioner Sumners. All those in favor by show of hands, please. Opposed? Motion passes 4-3. Did I get that right? Sorry, let me see approve in favor again, please. Mike and yes, okay, it is 4-3. All right. So 4-3 with Commissioners Johnson, Lloyd, and Brown in dissent.
Can we make a note a note for the file that we're not really opposed to the Urban Corridor Master Plan. I just thought that a continuance would give us a chance to more thoughtfully.
I don't think anyone thinks you're opposed.
No. I felt the way that was worded sort of made it only one possibility.
Well, that is
the
problem
vote's
with
been
binary
cast.
voting.
Vote's been cast, so this is just comment. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Levesque.
One of the clarifications, though, maybe the nay votes on this were because you wanted more time to vet out the edits and changes considered?
Yes.
Yes, because,
More time.
He proposed it with a revision, but I think there were some other valid revisions out there that could have been included, and we didn't include them. So I don't oppose the plan. It was just how it was motioned.
We will continue to provide you guys some updates, study session updates at the September 10th meeting as well.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess if we keep an asterisk on, it's not that they're opposed to the plan, it's that they didn't want to approve it yet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no announcements. This meeting has closed before midnight. Thank you very much.